Hey guys, well, let me change our. Uh, I gotta turn down the sound real quick. And sorry, it's a Friday night, so I'm bumping. All right, let me turn it down a little bit more. All right, we got Chris in the house and we got Kevin in the house. So, Chris, you're the debater guy. Professor will probably pull up. You know how he does it. So yeah, just go ahead and tell us what you thought.
It kind of went as I expected it to go. I'm really curious to hear what Kevin has to say. He does exactly these kind of debates on his channel and everything else. It kind of went as I expected. Charles, you do the same thing. You know what this is like. You lay out an opening statement, you give 3 or 4 arguments, and I appreciated the fact that he took an effort to respond to Timothy. I mean, that 2 Timothy 2:12 is like, has to be, you have to see that coming from 10 miles away. And so I'm glad he took the time to respond to that. I don't think his argument was terribly persuasive, but he did respond to it. He completely ignored the other 2 arguments, which is kind of typical. I was really frustrated, and I don't mind telling you this on a live stream, about his insistence on he's just, as you know, he's just wrong on Greek, and it's so frustrating to me because the audience doesn't know better, and I just think that's just something you shouldn't do. I have an ethical problem with that, and so he just doesn't know Greek, and so
yeah, and what frustrated me the most is I already went through all the Greek stuff with him in his debate. He had all this time to prepare, correct that stuff, and do the work, and he didn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, he just dances around. I think the biggest thing to come out was it was pretty clear, at least to me. I think my sustained argument turned out to be that he admitted this, I think, in some ways. It's eisegesis. He builds a system and then uses that to ignore what the text actually says, or to explain away the text. So, anyway, that's the last thing I'll say. I'm curious what y'all think. Hey, Kevin.
I got confused on the Greek portion. So was it his misunderstanding of the participles? Is that what it was?
Yeah. So I'll say something quickly since I said a lot, and then Charles can follow up and clarify his argument. And I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. His argument is that anytime you have a participle in the active voice and it's present tense, that it means continuous or ongoing. And then he adds this theological nuance that it's ongoing so long as the theological system of preterism permits it to be ongoing. And then he has a theological interpretation, and this is important, Evan. He has a theological interpretation of a lexical of a lexical grammatical feature. That's what I'm trying to say. He has a theological interpretation of a grammatical feature, and that's wrong.
So what does that mean, Chris? Sorry, I'm really dumb. What do you mean by grammatical feature?
So whether or not a word is in the present tense may or may not have theological implications, but we don't. The present tense is not a theological issue. It's a grammatical issue. It has to do with the structure of the word, and any theological implications that come out of the use of the present have to come out of that particular use in that particular context. And so the technical term here is it's action start. So what he's doing, and I'm sure Charles is going to open this up, but he's confusing aspect with action start because it's in the present tense. Therefore, he didn't use this language. He doesn't know it. It's the aspect is present, therefore it's continuous, and he's just wrong. It has to do with action start, and that's a grammatical feature. Technically, it's a discourse feature, and he is using his theology to decide the categories in which that particular present tense should be placed, and that's just wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. In addition to that, I want to show y'all something. So you could get Wallace's also, but you see the name of this right here, charts for intermediate Greek. This is from Going Deeper. I didn't make this chart. This is from
Chart man.
This is from a plumber. Yeah, you made up that name for me and that name, but that sound. But yeah, so this is all the syntactical categories, or I think most of them, that are mentioned in their grammar. And you can get Wallace's cheat sheet like this. I actually have it somewhere and things like that. But what Chris did when he went to Dana and Manti is he brought up all those other categories. And then what I liked was when Chris pressed him and said, how do you determine whether something is customary or habitual? And I rejoiced in that because Matheson, who takes intermediate grammar, who takes a minimal approach, that's what Wallace calls it. He says that unless there's a temporal indicator in the passage or something like that indicating it, you shouldn't assume.
What would be a
habitual.
temporal indicator, Charles?
A time thing, a temporal. So like
until.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Continuous.
Yeah, there. If, like, for example, if you may have the word prasso, because a lot of times, sometimes it can have the idea of practice in the lexical form of the word, then you might have a stronger argument.
Prazo?
I'm not saying prasso.
Prasso.
Yeah.
That would be a linguistic flag. That's the kind of thing I was asking for.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple others. I've actually, if you go back and watch my video that I did on your channel, it's on my channel too. Thanks, you let me upload it. On John 5:24, I went through all of that. But yeah, I mean, there's a couple things I could.
Charles, that's like 3 years ago, man. I don't even remember everything you said on that video. I'd have to rewatch it.
Well, here, let's do this.
Yeah, why don't
I'll
you
be
just
real
pull up an intermediate Greek grammar real quick, and let's just show what we're talking about.
Well, the problem is I don't have all my books uploaded because I had to reset my computer. But yeah, we'll do that. We'll pull Wallace up.
And I'm sorry if this is sidetracking.
No,
it's fine. This is actually important because even though, again, I hate doing Greek, if anybody watches this is, especially this early in the video, they're going to see this is why you can't do what Truth is doing. Like, it doesn't work. So, and while he's pulling it up, let me just say, in first year Greek, and unfortunately popular Greek websites, you're told things like the present tense means continuous. And that's just something you're told to get you started. What you find out, Kevin, in second year Greek and beyond, or if you're in master's level second semester Greek, when you do intermediate Greek, is that when you see a present tense, it doesn't mean continuous. You have to decide what bucket it goes in. There's like 7 or 8 different kinds of present.
You know, Chris, when you say that, it's so strange to me because, like, until recently, I've never heard that argument. Like, I've heard James White make the argument that the present tense means it's continuous.
And that's just wrong.
You're breaking my heart, Chris. I mean, Kevin, because I've told you that many times. But
no, when I say recent,
as long as you get it, Kevin, I praise God.
Right. So just show him. So you have a present tense verb. So that's your aspect. Now, what kind of present tense is it?
Right.
And now you
so
can
these are action start categories. So go ahead, read one of these, Kevin.
Instantaneous present, aka aorist or particular present. Action occurs at the moment of speaking, usually a performative statement. For example, I tell you the truth, the Rams won the game.
So that's in the present tense right there.
I tell you the truth, the Rams won the game.
So this isn't a continuous. He's not like talking all the time with you about how the Rams are winning the game. It's just a fact that he informed you of. It's a one-time event. I told you that.
Oh, okay.
If you say, I put that on my mama, the Rams won the game, that doesn't mean that you constantly put it on your mom. That means at that moment, you're making an oath right there, you know.
That would be an indicative, right? Like making a statement?
Yeah, a declarative statement, yeah.
Yeah, so the indicative in this case is a linguistic flag. It's not determinative. One of the things that you need for an aorist present is you need an indicative. If it's not indicative, it's never going to be an instantaneous present. So that's an example of one of many linguistic flags you need.
See, all that, what you just said there, Chris, like it sounds awesome, but you lost me. I'm sorry.
You got to know what mood it's in. If it's not an indicative mood, according to this, then it can't be an instantaneous present.
Oh, so wait, so if it is in the indicative mood, then it can't be continuous? Is that the argument? Is that what they're saying?
No, we're not there yet. This is talking about first year Greek, you learn about, to simplify things, you learn about dogs and cats, okay? Yep. Right now, we're looking at a particular type of pit bull right now, okay?
Okay.
And
very specific.
Yeah, right.
Very
okay. And so you learn these categories, but you also learn through process of elimination which ones won't fit. Okay, so Wallace makes the claim the instantaneous present only occurs in the indicative. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Before
Now
you
look at the
continue
next
on,
one.
Charles,
What?
on the debate, I just want to say I thought it was very arrogant of professing preterist, or now he calls himself Truth and Telos. I thought it was very arrogant of him to claim that just all the scholars are wrong. Like that's insane.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Well,
And
Yeah,
I'm glad that I got to get him to say that, because I think that was something the audience needed to hear.
people need to know when we're dealing with delusional people. I think Chris Lucas is another delusional person.
yeah. I mean, like, listen, I suck with Greek. Like I barely know the alphabet, okay? But if I'm coming to a conclusion that disagrees with the majority of the scholars, and I think I'm the one that has the problem, I don't understand this type of thinking where I'm coming to a different conclusion than most of the experts, but they must be wrong.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And wow is the right word.
Okay, go ahead, Kevin. Read the next one.
All right, you got it, chart man. Broadband presence.
No, you skipped one.
Oh, my bad. Progressive present. See, I've never even heard of progressive present. I don't even know what that is. But I can take a guess. So progressive.
Don't take a
would
guess.
be,
Just read the sentence.
AKA descriptive present. Okay. At this present time, right now, describes a scene in progress. Narrative literature.
Yeah. So, right now or at that moment, something like that.
Oh, so at that moment, Charles is streaming.
Yeah. Right
Okay.
now, Charles is streaming.
That's a progressive present?
Yeah, it's being
It's
used
in
that way.
the process of happening.
Right.
Oh.
But the
okay,
only
'cause-
reason
yeah.
reason the present is being used is to be descriptive and to bring narrative vividness. We could go into a verbal aspect theory and those issues like that, but I'm just orienting us to Wallace's categories. So I think I showed you this before in the NASB.
Wait, a quick question, Charles, before you do.
What?
Does no now ancient Greek aside, does modern Greek work this way?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Here's what you got to remember. People that speak Greek, they're not speaking with the same level of intentionality as someone that is writing Greek.
That's true.
And someone that is speaking under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. So when people say, oh, well, that don't work for modern Greek, well, here's the problem. There's a difference there. God didn't choose to preserve his word in modern Greek.
No. I mean, like the aspect stuff, like the modern Greek works the same way with aspects.
Well,
right?
here's the issue with it. When you're talking about linguistics, it cuts
Yeah.
across. You got general linguistics, if I remember right, that cuts across all languages. So it evaluates all of those things. I have resources that we could go into about that. But I want to show you something. I think I showed you this before. When you're reading the NASB and you see an asterisk, let me go to the Gospels. Let's go to John 1. All right. Goodness gracious, help me find an asterisk.
Control F.
Yeah, but I don't. Maybe that'll work if I
I
could
don't know if
type.
that works.
If
You
I,
got to
and
look
let me
it up.
type an asterisk and see where's the
Yeah.
asterisk live at on my keyboard. Where's he at? Oh, number 8.
Yeah, number
Okay,
8.
right there. That worked good. Thanks, Chris.
Mhm.
Notice right here. He says, "And he said, I am not." That was John the Baptist's response. Well, this is a present tense, but the NASB translates it as said, almost like a past tense. And the reason
Right.
being is because look what it says. But Greek authors frequently use the present tense for the sake of heightened vividness, thereby transporting their readers' imagination to the actual scene at the time of occurrence. Right? So that's sort of like what we're talking about here with the progressive present or descriptive present. It's for vividness. Okay? Now look at this one. Kevin?
Oh, you want me to read it? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So, um, iterative present repeatedly.
No, your eyes keep skipping.
Sorry.
Extended from past present.
Extending from past. Okay. Describes an action which begun in the past, continues in the present, translates like an English present perfect.
Okay. Then
So-
go ahead.
Okay. So if it describes an action which began in the past. So is this where the Calvinists go to like John 3:16 and they say the believing ones?
They wouldn't argue that it begins in the past.
Oh, okay.
They wouldn't argue for this category.
Okay.
But your general intuition, Kevin, is right that they're going to try to find a category and put it in. And so I listen, Charles wants to go through all these, he's fine, and that's totally fine. What I wanted you to see personally is when you take second year Greek, what you do is you spend an entire year doing what we're doing right now, which is you look at passages and you say, here's a present tense. What kind of present tense is it? Here's a past tense. What kind of, or I'm saying tense, you guys know what I mean. Here's an imperfect. Here is a future here. And you have to look at all of them and classify which kind it is. And the mistake that a lot of people will make is they will look and say, well, the theology of the passage is this. I need this particular bucket to match my theology. So they use their theology to put it in customary or gnomic or iterative. And
Gotcha.
My argument is that's a backwards procedure. You need to look in the text, see which the text indicates is the proper bucket.
Okay, and then so I'm just curious, so if you're looking at a Greek manuscript, how would you tell which category it should be in?
Well,
There's the art and the science. And so there's linguistic and there's I keep saying linguistic flags. What I mean by that is there is context is the answer, but to give you a better answer than what I mean by that is you look at the words around it and you say, how is it? First of all, sometimes the word itself indicates, because there are some words that are not continuous, can't be continuous. Died can't be continuous. Like dying is not really a process. It's an event that happened, right? And so sometimes there's a semantic explanation. Sometimes there are temporal words around it. Sometimes the mood tells you. Sometimes it's in a series of other words. And so there's linguistic flags that the author uses to get you a sense, I'm using this word in this way.
Okay.
And so what you would need to do is look at an example and say, well, why do we think? So for example, and not Charles, maybe you can use John 6:47, hapistuon. I take Charles, I don't know who you take it. I take pistuon as a gnomic present. And I have reasons. So Charles, how do you take? Do you take it as a gnomic?
Where we at?
John 6:47. Whoever believes in me has everlasting life. The believing one has everlasting life. I take that air sacrifice.
Yeah, I think as a promise, yeah, it's gnomic. That's what my thought is.
And so you could show Kevin, this is the linguistic flags to make it a gnomic. It's promise oriented. This is a general condition. That's what it means. Therefore, what's the bucket that is a general condition?
So
it's gnomic.
When you say gnomic, you mean tenseless?
No, gnomic is that's the name of a bucket. Just like you saw a minute ago, iterative was the name of a bucket. And
okay.
So gnomic is the name of a bucket.
Okay.
So what does it mean? Like undecisive or?
No, it means it's a general principle, like a proverb almost. It's an axiomatic statement. It's a timeless truth principle.
Timeless truth principle. Okay.
All right. So, okay, read this right here, Kevin. This is a different grammar. This is Matheson.
Oh, okay. There's been much discussion on the phenomenon known as the historical present. That is, the present tense used as narrative to refer to the past time events. This has been explained in various ways.
So I just showed you that in the NASB, they translate as a past tense. Okay, go ahead.
Based on the belief that tenses of indicative verbs in Greek always include time as part of the meaning. Right, yeah. People like James White do that. Some have suggested that by using the present tense, the author wants to draw readers into the past events, as if they are actually there and seeing the action unfold before their eyes. However, this does not explain why the author sometimes alternates between aorist and present tense in narrative, requiring that readers keep changing their point of reference, first past, now present, then past again. Furthermore, it does not explain why the author selects some events, but not others, to be portrayed with the present tense. This is going to get confusing, isn't it?
No, remember a long time ago, remember you said you were a painter or artist and you understood about background and foreground. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. I understand that.
All right. So the aorist is going to explain is basically used for background, and the present tense is bringing things to the foreground. Okay, go ahead.
And that's a consensus, right, amongst Greek scholars, like that understanding?
Well, here's the issue with that, okay?
Okay.
So, up until the time of A.T. Robinson, I guess you could say, everybody thought Greek was time-oriented, okay? Yeah. Higher criticism had influence on people like Robinson that started shifting everything to Axiosart. Axiosart means kind of action, okay? Axiosart is mainly defined from the lexical meaning of the word, the dictionary definition, and the context, and then verbal aspect, okay?
I don't understand, Charles. So for how long did people think the tenses were indicating a time period?
1,800 years.
So for 1,800 years, people were reading the Greek wrong.
Well, I would say 1,700. Remember this, Bible study was not careful as it is today. It was not. When people want to talk about, the closest to the sources are the Greek fathers and all that. Well, then we got to talk about, what about the Latin? How that affected things, Then we got to talk about what I was saying earlier. Even people that read and speak and use Greek like that are not doing it with the same intentionality that you do whenever you understand that you're writing inspired scripture.
Right.
So
it's a really interesting exercise, and I did this and I blew my mind. Just pick a passage from the first 4 centuries out of the Greek fathers, and I mean not even the Latin guys. I mean, pick Justin, Justin Martyr. Pick one of the pick Chrysostom. These are guys, and look at how they treat scripture, and what you're going to find is what you and I do, what Charles does on YouTube, the stuff that we do. We get in and study the scripture. They don't do that. They proof text almost everything, and it's frustrating. You go, oh my gosh, these guys weren't exegeting anything. They were proof texting everything. So one of two things: either you go, we ought to all be proof texting, and I think you have good, why that's not, or you go, actually, we've learned something. We've learned something in the last,
to simplify things. Basically, what you have in church history, that a lot of that's mentioned up, is homilies, okay, which are sermons. All right. How many pastors, even back then, they didn't do proper exegesis. They jumped to application. They allegorized things. You can think about your bad preachers today. They did the same thing. Okay. In addition to that, I'm trying to think, what was the other comparison I had in my mind? So you had homilies, and you also had apologetic works. Well, if you could think about Sam Shamoun and his apologetic approach, or some of these other people that play fast with the text just for apologetic reasons, and that's essentially what they were doing in church history.
Yep.
And those guys had so much pagan baggage, a lot of times, they're coming out of that, and now, okay, they're great, they're professing as a Christian, but they're using pagan arguments to try to appeal to the pagan.
Yep.
And so that brings in a whole bunch of other mess, So they got away from the Jewish interpretation of things. It wasn't until, believe it or not, studying the Hebrew scriptures really helped with the Renaissance and all that other stuff. Erasmus, of course, but I mean, so here's the thing to understand, Kevin. The church, all right, we have the ability now to study all languages. This is why we could say tongues is not a real language, because it doesn't fit the pattern that we see from other languages. Okay, some people would say. I'm just drawing a comparison here. Continuations don't kill me. But so the point is that we can study across languages and all of these things like this. And I have stuff we could go through to read that. So what I need you to do for me, Kevin, is do you want to know more about that history? Do you want to understand about linguistics? Or do you want to just keep narrowing in on this? Pick your poison or your path.
Well,
your
I don't want to hijack the stream.
No,
but
this is the stream.
I mean, all of that sounds interesting to me, honestly.
All right, so let's do this. Let's start. Okay.
And I'm only going to be here for like another 20 minutes. I gotta go to bed. I gotta get up for work.
All right. Well, we'll just give you a taste. Greek verb revisited.
If I could make a request, guys, if you wouldn't mind, not now, but if you wouldn't mind, keep me in prayer. I've been having problems at work.
No.
And yeah.
Okay.
It's been affecting my mood a lot, my mental health. I'd appreciate it.
All right.
You got somebody in the back. I don't know if you want to let them in. That's your call. I'm just letting you know.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Let's see who it is. Brandon Irish. No. He's just. If he wants to debate me, he can contact SFT. He's a conditionalist that wants to debate, and that's fine. But we're on to Greek right now, and he's King James only, so he's not going to want to contribute anything in that area anyway.
Okay.
All right. I hope the reader will forgive the personal flavor of these comments. Let's see. I'm trying to think where I want to take you here. Okay, I'm going to go with the second chapter because it narrows down into aspect. All right. Go ahead. Start reading. Kevin.
I am grateful to Constantine Campbell.
No, read this. That's a footnote.
Okay. What is aspect? Contrasting definitions in general linguistics and New Testament studies.
All right. So go ahead.
Introduction. It is common ground among scholars of New Testament Greek that in the nomindicative moods, the so-called tenses do not encode tenses in a narrower sense of location and time, past, present, or future.
Right. Do you see what this says? It is common ground.
Common.
So you asked earlier if this was the consensus. This is the answer to that question.
Right. Everyone agrees across the board that time exists in the indicative mood. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me get that straight. Everyone agrees. Yeah. The issue is some of them think that time exists only in the indicative mood, whereas Porter says it doesn't even exist in the indicative mood. Okay. But what they're about, look what it says. This is where the consensus is. When it comes to the non-indicative moods, no one disagrees in this area. Now, this is interesting because a participle has no mood.
Really?
Okay? No. It's not
So
a
then
finite verb.
Okay, so when we have participles, don't we usually translate them as like ing words, like walking, going, running, doing?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's an indicative. All right. So anyway, keep going.
But rather a property termed aspect. Moreover, it is common ground that in the indicative to at least some tenses. What happened?
Nothing. Keep reading.
That's not a continuation of the sentence I just left off on.
Yeah, it is. It is common ground that in the indicative to at least some tenses aspect.
Sorry. Whether, as John Loyens noted, it is true.
No, look, this is a footnote.
Oh, well,
This
you
is
read it then. You read it then. You're confusing me. You
Okay,
go ahead.
all
You
right.
read it.
Indicative to at least some tenses. Well, I
I
don't
didn't
want
know
to
it was
read
a footnote, bro.
I don't want to read too fast. At least some tenses express aspect, whether or not they also express location and time. There is no doubt, therefore, concerning the importance of aspect for understanding the Greek verb. But despite this consensus, there's considerable confusion among New Testament scholars as to what is actually meant by aspect. Although real progress in understanding the subject has been made over the last 30 years or so, not least through the applications and insights from general linguistics, this chapter will argue that the understanding of aspect which has emerged reflects a misunderstanding of the linguistic literature. Recent studies of aspect in the New Testament Greek have taken as their starting point the important doctrinal dissertation of Porter and Fannin, published in 1989 and 1990 respectively. There are significant differences between, and these all came out before Wallace's grammar, approach of Fannin's, and it's unfortunate that the phrase verbal aspect theory has been sometimes used to refer to distinctives of the former, such as the view that Greek tenses do not encode location and time, even in the indicative. But there's considerable agreement between these two scholars as to the essential nature of aspect. See, what some people try to do is they try to say, well, how are you going to quote Greek? None of the Greeks agree. And that's what you were asking about, Kevin. And so this is dealing with that. In particular, both see aspect as a matter of the speaker or author's choice of viewpoint. Remember when we talked about the blimp or the helicopter?
Yep.
Okay. Of the situation in which the verb relates, although different as to the extent to which the choice is a subjective one. Moreover, both deny that aspect is a temporal category. Do you hear that?
So they both deny that it's speaking of temporal things like past, present, or future.
Yeah, Fanning and Porter do not see a temporal aspect. Temporal category inside aspect.
Then what's the debate? Then it sounds like they agree.
Well, just hold on.
Okay.
Seeing the expression of a situation's temporal structure as at most a secondary effect of the choice of aspect in combination with other elements of a clause in its context. This level of agreement in two independent studies has been described as nothing short of stunning, and probably accounts for the fact, okay, I'm going to make an analogy. So, Kevin, do you know about the Transcontinental Railroad?
Yes.
Okay, so one side of the United States has started building the railroad, and the other side started building the railroad, and they meet in the middle to create that. It's almost like what this is saying is that these scholars are coming from two different perspectives, yet met in the, came to this agreement on this. But
okay,
independently, they didn't study each other's work.
Right. Accounts for the fact that sequential New Testament scholarship on aspect has generally accepted Porter and Fanning's understanding of the concept rather uncritically. Campbell, that's Con Campbell, has noted that while the disagreement between Porter and Fanning provoked interest and debate, the agreement offered a relatively stable foundation for future aspectual research. He lists aspect as one of the significant issues within Greek verbal aspect studies, concerning which there is a great deal of agreement, and others have made similar comments in recent publications. It is hoped that this present chapter would prompt scholars to re-examine this foundational question. It will be noted below that despite considerable debate within general linguistics as to precisely how aspect should be defined, there is a consensus that it is a temporal concept having to do with the way in which a situation is presented, not in some abstract or spatial sense, but specifically in relation to time. Okay? For this reason, the actual temporal structure of the situation often constrains the speaker or author's choice of aspect, so that the choice is subjective, one only in certain circumstances. So he's kind of pushing back a little bit, right? Fanning indeed recognizes this latter point, but is nevertheless reluctant to define aspect in relation to time, And most of the recent work on aspect within the New Testament studies has followed Porter's more subjective approach. In order to avoid any possible misunderstanding, it is worth stressing that the concern of the present chapter is whether aspect is or is not a temporal concept. It is not whether the Greek tenses ever encode tense, right? Because they've already agreed on that issue in the narrow sense of location and time alongside aspect. Because the second question is one of the major areas of disagreement between Porter and Fannin, it is sometimes supposed that the verbal aspect debate is really a debate about tense, or that aspect and tense are somehow in competition. As Campbell rightly points out, that's not the case. So it's not tense versus aspect. Nevertheless, the questions are related, and some of the same methodological issues arise in relation to both. For example, arguments presented in support of the no tense view often depend on the assumption of the grammatical categories have invariable and incountable semantic meanings. So this form means this and it can't change. So that the existence of a non-past referring imperfect, for example, is evidence that the imperfect is not a past tense. In fact, there's much to be said for the view that grammatical categories are polysemious. That means they have multiple meanings. So that there need to be a single core meaning found in every context. Need not be a single core. It will be argued here that the temporal view of aspect is the norm among linguistics and has considerable power to explain aspectual usage in the Greek New Testament. But this should not be interpreted as a claim that there are no idiomatic examples or special cases. Section 2 below offers an overview of representative approaches to aspect in general linguistics, pointing out that although these differ in their descriptions, they are in agreement that aspect is a temporal concept. So he's arguing for a temporal concept. It will be suggested, however, that in some cases, this is obscured by linguists' use of visual and spatial metaphors, so the blimp, other things like that, to describe aspect, which may be a contributing factor in the current confusion within New Testament scholarship. It will be suggested that for this reason, a time relational analysis, to use Klein's term, is preferable. However, such an approach clarifies the different ways in which aspect and Akshasart relate to time. Remember, aspect is imperfective, perfective, and some say stative. So if something's not perfect, what's that mean, Kevin?
It's imperfect.
Right, it means it's not complete, right?
Incomplete, sure. Yep.
If it's perfect, what is it? Complete.
Complete, yeah.
Okay. But remember, it's not focusing on time. It's not even focusing on kind of action. It's focusing on viewpoint. Okay? Where Akshasart is supposed to be the kind of action. All those categories that Chris brought up and that I was showing you earlier. Section 3 surveys the definitions of aspect by 4 New Testament scholars, namely Mateos, Porter, Fannin, and Campbell, showing how the latter 3 downplay or deny the temporal nature of aspect in contrast to the linguists discussed in Section 2. Section 4 then demonstrates how a temporal understanding of aspect explains the various effects of aspectual choice in combination with different types of verbs. And Section 5 offers concluding reflections that suggests some desiree for further work in this area. I guess it's related to dissertation. I can't remember how that... What does that mean, Chris?
Desiderata. I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay. For the sake of simplicity, this chapter... Finally, we get to some simplicity. For the sake of simplicity, this chapter focuses primarily on perfective and imperfect aspects. So, to simplify things, the aorist and the present tense, concerning which there is the most consensus among New Testament scholars and on the indicative mood. However, it will be suggested that a time relational approach also offers potentials for explaining the aspect of the perfect and pluperfect tenses, and that of the future tense and the non-indicative moods. All right. Aspect in general linguistics. Still there, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm here, Charles.
All right. So that was him telling you, look, this is my thesis. Let me give you a little bit of background. Let me give you my position, and let me tell you my approach or methodology of what I'm going to do in this chapter.
Yeah, and so I think, so tell me if I'm wrong, Charles, because I might not have followed that exactly, because I've not read this particular text. It sounds like what I'm hearing him argue is he's pointing out that kind of the standard view among grammarians, I'll use that term, is that aspect these days is that aspect has no relation to time. And he's saying that actually he's going to defend a time relational view that actually time is built in to aspect, but it's not, he's okay with that. And he's going to put forward an argument why aspect does not need to be entirely removed from time. So the present can really refer to what in English we call the present tense.
Right. Yeah, I read this, but yeah, digesting it, that's a whole nother thing. Because
that's what I'm hearing him argue.
Yeah, because I read Con Campbell's book, Advances in Greek, and he talks up to this point, but this book came out after that.
Wait, so this book is arguing that the tenses are showing time?
No, it's not talking about tense, it's talking about aspect. But it is saying there is a time relation. And what he's probably arguing for is that it's relative time. It's not, in other words, he's probably arguing that the narrative world is portrayed in such a way to convey meaning. Right. I think that's where he's going.
Which would make sense to me. The only thing I would say, because there's no way that I'm going to come to a conclusion on this particular argument. No. This is the reason that I tell people, and I'm not trying to be a jerk, Charles, I really don't like to use Greek in debates. It's because I don't think most people understand what they don't understand in order to be able to do this effectively. Right. Even the claim about what aspect really is. Well, but there's current advances that means that we may not be totally sure about that. So that doesn't mean you know what your Bible says. Of course you do. But if your argument is going to turn on something as nuanced as the time relations construct as understanding of aspect, that's bad. That's a bad argument. You should not make that argument.
Right. And see, here's the truth, Chris. I need to disprove the theory that free gracers have overstated their position in the languages. I need to disprove that. Because right now, I wonder about that, honestly.
Well, I think that we have overstated our case in the language. I think it's true, but I think it's not true because of the language, because of the language issues. I think that people have I think that's largely because we come out of Dallas and because of the way that Bob Wilkin and Zane Hodges were language people. And so I think it's kind of like how William Lane Craig in the apologetics world taught everybody the 3-point syllogism, and nobody really uses syllogisms the right way. And it turns out the 3-point syllogism is really not good for critical thinking. And William Lane Craig has took us down a bad direction of apologetics. I think in some ways that Dallas has taken us down a bad road in terms of the overall way that we think about exegesis. Oh, well, I'm going to do this grammatical analysis. And I think that's just that's just not the way to do it. I think it's taken us down the wrong path.
Yeah. And so even Stegall, there's a couple others, that I feel like have, they brought in some new stuff, but I'm like, have you read Greek Verb Revisited? Because anyway, I still need to evaluate those things. But here's the thing. Unless I get someone that knows Greek in a debate, I can never push my Greek to the limits.
Right.
And my issue is that when I'm debating somebody and they make a claim to Greek and I meet them there, it's like, this is not what I want. I want somebody to disprove something, simplify my life. I don't anyway, I'm ranting.
But to the debate tonight, and then we can get back to your chapter. What frustrates me is, and Kevin, you know enough Greek that a piece of it that maybe you can clear I'm right or wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. If Telos makes a claim that I just say as I did, that's just wrong. Unless I'm going to spend the next 15 minutes of my debate time explaining to you all the reasons that it's wrong, you don't know. And so you have these two guys who are making competing Greek claims, and you don't know. And what happens is it puts the debate out of reach for the ability to make a conclusion and an informed conclusion. Well, Chris says that the Greek works this way, and Telos says the Greek works that way. I don't know. I'm just going to believe Chris because I like him more because he has more degrees after his name. That's not a good. I think that's a bad way to conduct a debate, because I feel like it leaves people unable to assess the quality of the arguments. Now, y'all tell me if I'm mistaken about that, but that's the way I feel about it.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't have to use Greek so much if my opponents didn't.
It leads it to a place where, a lot of the audience won't be able to follow. And also him just saying, well, you're wrong. That's just an assertion. He didn't really put into work to show why.
Yeah.
Well, I hold him to a higher standard now because he has no excuse. We exchanged emails back and forth. I showed him why he was misunderstanding his chat GPT. He was putting information in there wrong, and none of it helped him. But it is what it is. Hopefully people see that there's just some people that need to either stop debating or go to school or both,
Well,
I don't know.
He said he would never go to seminary. That told me a lot too.
Well, he can get the layman's seminary for free. But anyway, aspect and general linguistics. A comprehensive survey of approaches to aspect and general linguistics would be well beyond the possibility of this chapter. Probably he's going to say go to Campbell. Yeah. Instead, the range of opinion will be illustrated with reference to a few of the works that have proved most influential, both on aspect studies in general and on New Testament scholarship in particular. Perhaps the biggest difference among linguists when it comes to defining aspect is precisely which of a number of related phenomena should be included under the umbrella. The difficulty being the languages behave rather differently with respect to the phenomena in question. One approach starts with a particular language and uses the term aspect to refer to a particular grammaticalized distinction found in that language, while another seeks a broader definition that can be applied cross-linguistically across other languages. Studies of aspect in New Testament Greek have drawn on both approaches. So you got the general linguistics, and then you got the specifics that refers to the Bible, basically. As an example of the former, we begin by considering aspect in Russian, and in particular, Izhashenko's parade illustration. That's the viewpoint idea. A modified version of which has made its way via Porter into discussion in New Testament Greek. The remainder of the section will examine various attempts to define aspect as a cross-linguistic category, beginning with the idea of aspect as a view of the internal temporal constituency of a situation, of which Comrie is perhaps the most frequently cited exponent. After explaining Comrie's view, we will consider Bach's critique of Comrie and Bach's explanation of the distinction between aspect and exercise. It will be noted that he and others who make such a distinction nevertheless define both concepts in relation to time. So he's mentioning these guys, but they're going with this time relational idea. It will be suggested, however, that their temporal understanding of aspect is in some cases obscured by the use of visual and spatial metaphors, the parade stuff, and the time relational definition, such as those Johnson and Klein, is to be preferred. Aspect in Russian and Yashchenko's parade analogy. The narrow approach to aspect usually takes its starting point, the distinction between the perfective and imperfective. Verbs in Slavonic languages, which Wilkin is Slavic, if I remember right, such as Russian from Serbia, I think, which has been called the aspect language par excellence. Indeed, the use of aspect as a grammatical term originated in the 19th century as a kalke or loan translation of the Russian verb vid. If we had Paul Miles, I think he knows Russian. The latter can mean both form and view, and was originally adopted by grammarians as an equivalent to the Greek term eidos, which means to see, referring to a morphological form or type, if I remember right. Smothrakis used the term in the earliest 17th century to distinguish primary nouns and verbs from derived ones, And Grec, in his 1827 grammar, used it to distinguish various semantic classes of verbs. It was only later that the term came to be reinterpreted in an alternative sense of view, okay, and used to refer to the distinction between perfective and imperfective verbs. Rafe's use of the coquet aspect in his 1828 French translation of Grec's grammar was no doubt partly responsible for the first of these developments. Even if, contrary to what is usually supposed, he may not have been the first to use aspect as an equivalent of, I think it said breathe, the Russian, the precise distinction between perfective and imperfective aspect in Russian has been much debated. Some earlier scholars saw the distinction as one between completed action and continuous action, or between actions of shorter and longer durations. But Forsyth represents what is probably the standard view today when he defines a perfective verb as one that expresses the action as a total event summed up with reference to a single specific juncture. Remember, this is talking about aspect as it relates to Russian. And an imperfective verb is one that is neutral with respect to perfectivity. Ishchenko, who understood the distinction similarly, illustrated using the analogy of a parade, which is often cited in studies in aspect in New Testament Greek. Yeah, I've used it. However, the version of the analogy familiar to New Testament scholars is Porter's adaptation and differs strikingly from Ishchenko's own version. Ishchenko, and I know I'm not saying that right, but whatever, suggested that when one uses a perfective verb, such as there's your Russian, one perspective can be compared to that of a person watching a parade from the stand. Such a person stands outside the event and experiences the whole thing from beginning to end.
And what tense is that?
Well, this is not talking about tense. It's talking about aspect, perfective.
The perfective aspect.
Sorry. Yes.
But just to simplify things, that would be the aorist. Okay, we're going to be reductionistic. Just think aorist for right now. Okay.
Okay.
By contrast, the perspective expressed by the imperfect equivalents, which you should think of present tense for right now. He was rewriting, or that's an imperfect, but still, can be compared to that of a participant marching in the parade, who does not experience the complete event because he or she cannot see its beginning or end. Ishchenko represented the distinction graphically as follows. So you got the imperfect aspect, you got the speaker sitting in the stands is situated as it were within the process. I'm sorry. This is the one where you're marching in the group. This is the one wherever the speaker is watching the whole parade from the stands. Okay.
And this is a standard illustration. Like, you should understand this. This is a really important. When people talk about aspect, this is like first thing they start talking about.
Yeah. Another way that this is described, and Stegel talks about this, is proximity and remoteness.
I prefer that, although I don't have a statistical argument.
Yeah.
I have to be careful to say I like it. I like and prefer. I think the remoteness helps me understand the text better, but I don't have an argument for that. It's just an intuition of how I feel the text.
Well, the beautiful thing about remoteness, you could say you're in a remote location that's somewhere far off, or you think about a remote control. You know, you're standing off from it, and you could view the whole TV, you know. So the perfective would be the remoteness, and then the proximity up close would be the imperfective in that example. A weakness which has been noted in Ishchenko's analogy so far as Russian is concerned is that the comparison of the imperfective to the view from within the parade, not taking its beginning and end, contradicts Ishchenko's own understanding of the imperfective as a neutral form. So Ishchenko thought the imperfect was neutral.
Right, which is not.
So they're basically saying, look, you're going to use his parade analogy in a way that Ishchenko didn't use. In other words, the so-called imperfective aspect in Russian can be used when speaking of an entire situation from beginning to end. Although unlike the perfective aspect, it need not. Forceboat notes, for example, that the question, have you read War and Peace, can be phrased using an imperfect verb. All right. Are you reading War and Peace? Probably is what it would say. But although Yushchenko's illustration and imperfective aspect does not completely fit his understanding of Russian, it does fit the usual understanding and imperfective aspect when considered as a cross-linguistic typological category. Remember, we're talking about across all languages. This is general linguistics right now.
Right.
That is, some languages differ from Russian in having a form that is used only when the temporal boundaries of a situation are positively excluded. Okay, so let me read that again. Some languages differ from Russian having a form that is used only when the temporal boundary situation are positively excluded. So that's the idea that's kind of like the minimal approach. Unless there's like temporal indicators, then some languages kind of have that default. I think that's what he's saying. And within general linguistics, the term imperfective is normally used to refer to such a form. It is important to stress, as indeed Yushchenko himself stressed, that his parade analogy is merely an analogy and can be accepted only with certain reservations. The analogy can be understood correctly only in light of Yushchenko's accompanying explanation and examples, which suggests that he sees the totality expressed by the perfective aspect as primarily temporal rather than spatial. Okay, this is his argument. The analogy works because the parade moves through time and space simultaneously. Those observing from the stand see the whole length of the parade, not at once, but over time as it passes by. Okay, so what's the movie wherever you where the guy goes back in time or whatever and can see through the bookcase? The astronaut.
Oh, yeah.
Interstellar. I think that's what he's arguing here. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to say that you need to look at aspect as in another dimension, if you will. But let's just see. But Yushchenko's example involves verbs from reading and rewriting, which normally take place in a single location. That's true. The difference between referring to the action to read a book using the perfective and the imperfective is not that the first takes in all of the space occupied by the action, while the second views it in a close-up with only part of the scene visible. Rather, the difference is that the perfective includes the whole time span of the event from beginning to the end. Okay? While the imperfective does not, or does not necessarily be an aspectually neutral. It is true that Yushchenko avoids defining aspect in explicitly temporal terms, and even states that aspects lies outside temporal categories. But this needs to be understood in the context of his rejection of alternative definitions of aspect that identified it with temporal features of the situation itself, such as duration or completion.
Right, so let me illustrate that what I'm hearing him say. And so we use English and just pretend that English is an aspectual language when we all know it's not. Okay. So if I were to say I argued with my wife, so that's
over?
Right. If that's a perfective term, I argued, or if you want to use I have argued with my wife, that's looking at the argument as a completed, done thing, right? And so you can take, there's no temporality in this whatsoever. It's just looking at a completion. Or you can say with what he's saying is when I say I've argued with my wife, I'm thinking about a particular event that had a beginning and a middle and an end. And I have that entire temporal sequence in mind, and I'm looking at it as a totality. Other than that, if I say to you, I was arguing with my wife, well, that's imperfective. It's a process, and I don't have the beginning or the end or one of the two in mind. I'm looking at the process. So it's still temporarily bound in this particular interpretation. So it looks like close up, but what he's saying is it's close up, but it lacks, this is a process that's happening in time, and imperfective means that I'm not looking at the beginning or the end of it. Whereas the perfective aspect is it's a completed, but precisely because it's completed, the argument had an entire That's what he is. That's what I'm hearing him to say is a time bound or a temporal relation to aspect. I think that's what he's getting at.
Okay.
This is an interpretation of aspect.
Okay. Be patient, Kevin, because you're asking for something that nobody else on YouTube has asked me for. So I mean, there's a difference. As I was telling somebody in Discord, there's a difference of reading something for yourself versus being able to articulate it and explain it to others.
See, my problem is I get these books or whatever, and I'm sitting here reading it, and I'm going, "What on earth did I just read?"
Well, here's the thing. I will put this in ChatGPT later on, and I will say, explain this to me at a 9th grade level, and it will do it, and it will do it wonderfully.
Well, Charles,
this is also where reading groups help.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This is also where reading groups help, whether on YouTube or emails and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta start getting ready to wind down, but I'll be listening while I lay down. I gotta get up in the morning. But thanks for having me on, Charles. And even if I miss this, I'll just go rewatch it again later.
Yeah.
And I hope to speak soon, Chris.
Yep, I got to email you back. Not that I'm not going to say on YouTube. I have had some stuff going on. All to the good. Life's going to be okay, but I have had some very, very, very busy things family-wise.
Yeah, no problem.
Nothing problematic, just some very busy things, and will be resolved very soon. So,
all right. Well, God bless you guys, and I'll talk to you later.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. It should also be noted that while Ishashenko approved Dostal's description of aspect as expressing the speaker's attitude to a situation, he stressed that this was not a subjective attitude. For in most cases, the choice of aspect is dictated by the semantic task of the utterance. In Porter's version of the parade analogy, the perspective of the person watching from the stand represents not perfective aspect as it does for Ishenko, but imperfective aspect, while perfective aspect is represented by the view from the helicopter, taking in the whole parade at once. This perhaps reflects Porter's move away from a temporal understanding of aspect, since the aspects are now represented by what can be seen of the parade at a particular moment, not when it's seen over the course of time. So basically, the Russian argument used time and space as an analogy, but Porter done it in such a way where he basically tried to say that you see it from one point, you can see everything. And you know, I first heard this from Calvinism.
Aesthetic, but I like Porter. Again, I don't have a statistical argument. I like Porter's framing better.
Okay.
But I could be wrong.
All right. The fact that the view from the stand has been used to illustrate both perfective aspect by Ishashenko and imperfective aspect by Porter is perhaps an indication that the analogy is rather less helpful than it appears at first sight.
I don't think that's a fair critique, but okay.
Okay. But I mean, just because someone was using it historically in one way, you know, the issue is, was Porter right to use it in his way?
Right, exactly.
Plumry and aspects as views of internal temporal constituency. Although some linguists have insisted that the term aspect should be reserved only for the perfective imperfective distinction found in the Slavonic languages, Bakke notes that the aim of general linguistics is to provide a technical terminology and a linguistic model which may serve as a useful framework for the analysis of any specific language. And so that's the thing. That's the benefit of general linguistics, is that, okay, right, you get this idea about how languages work generally and these studies, and then how do we apply this, you know, with the Bible?
Yes.
Or to a particular language, even if we're not even talking about the Bible. Mm-hmm. Not all languages have a straightforward perfective imperfective contrast. Right. And believe it, it's so weird. Whenever I read Wallace, my mind was so focused on Exasart that it didn't catch aspect. I don't know why. There's things when I go back and read Wallace, and I've read Wallace many times, I'm like, wow, Wallace was talking about this from the very beginning.
You were busy learning something else.
Yeah, and this was before I was in seminary, but it was when I started learning Hebrew, the Vayikto, the Wekatah clauses. I was reading Chisholm's book, Exegesis to Exposition, and some of that stuff like that, and I was like, okay, narrative sequence, discourse function, and all of that, and then come to find out in the Greek, it's doing the same thing. So it clicked for me there.
Yeah.
Not all languages have a straightforward perfective and perfective contrast. English, for example, can express action as simple as I walk or I walked. Progressive, I am walking, I was walking. Perfect, I have walked, I had walked. Or progressive, perfect progressive, I have been walking, I had been walking. None of these categories correspond precisely to what one finds in Russian, but it seems too narrow to consider them non-aspectual. Accordingly, linguists have sought a broader definition of aspect that can be applied cross-linguistically. A common understanding of aspect within general linguistics is that the term refers to an expression or view of the internal temporal structure of a situation, where the word situation serves as a catch-all for actions, events, activities, and states. Thus, Klein, I wonder which Klein, is that the one that wrote the hermeneutic book?
Right.
Thus, Klein notes that aspect, according to the conventional view, concerns the different perspectives which a speaker can take and express when regarding to the temporal course of some event, action, or process, etc. The speaker may view it as completed, as ongoing, as imminent, and possibly in other ways. Perhaps the most influential and frequently cited representative of this approach is Comrie, who defines aspects as different ways of viewing the eternal temporal constituency of a situation. That seems to be where he's developing his definition. The phrase internal temporal constituency refers to the way in which the situation unfolds through different temporal phases, especially its beginning, middle, and end. Yeah, but that just sounds like action start.
Yeah.
Comrie defines perfective aspect as indicating the view of a situation as a single whole. Okay, that's remoteness, without distinction of the various separate phases that make up the situation. All right. While imperfective aspect pays essential attention to the internal structure of the situation. This definition enables Comrie to include within imperfective aspect a variety of more specific aspects, such as habitual and progressive aspects. Okay, so you see what's happening? They're trying to bring action start back into verbal aspect.
Right. Yeah, I don't like the way this is landing for me.
Yeah. Comrie's definition of aspect is a semantic rather than a formal one. That is, it is not restricted to distinctions that are grammaticalized in a particular way, or indeed at all, but encompass the diversity of ways in which the world's languages express internal temporal constituency. For example, Comrie notes that in Finnish, and Walter's Finnish, Walter, you know, the guy that wrote the Free Grace history book, between he read the book and he was reading the book, is expressed not by using different forms of the verb, but by placing the object of the sentence book in different cases, namely the accusative and partitive, respectively. Okay, so it's inflected. This distinction can nevertheless be considered an aspectual one within Comrie's definition. Okay, so Comrie makes aspects so broad that includes anything that's anything. It doesn't have to be a verb or anything like that. All right.
Yeah.
As an information about temporal constituency expressed lexically, though was one choice of vocabulary. Yeah, I don't like that. It is important to note that Comrie does not identify aspect with internal temporal constituency, but with a view of internal temporal constituency. The view thing I can understand because literature portrays, with the actual events are not preserved. Aspect, in other words, is a linguistic feature, a feature of utterances about situations rather than of the situation themselves. Okay,
that's correct.
So that's like them saying the where someone would say the indicative is the mood of reality. No, actually, it's the portrayal of reality because you have lies told in the indicative.
Sure. Well, it's the aspect of the verb. It's not the aspect of the action described by the verb.
Okay.
That's the way I'm thinking about it.
Okay. But there
Like,
is a
so you
go
have.
ahead.
Let me just work this out. So you have.
Yes.
I'm running. I'm like, forget the English. I'm running. I'm on a 2-mile run, right? So the reality of the reality that's happening out there in the real world is I'm on a 2-mile run. That's the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I choose to describe that. Now, my verbal explanation of that, I have to put into words to describe the action, right?
Uh-huh.
So the action itself in the moment that it's happening is an ongoing process. Well, I can choose to describe that process. My description of it, my words which describe it, may or may not describe it as a process. And that just depends on how I'm thinking about the process, right?
Yes.
So I could describe it imperfectively. When I'm running, I listen to music, or when I ran, I listened to music, or you can come up with examples, but it's the way that I choose to present the action. So to me, aspect is about the verbal. It's about the linguistic feature. It's not in the ontology of the action being described.
Yeah, and that's why I've liked Con Campbell's idea of viewpoint, in that sense. But I'm open to change my mind about this clearly, but there's a connection between the two. The objective nature of a situation constrains the utterances one may fittingly make about it. Someone who regularly played in the school football team could refer to their situation. They're kind of tracking with you here, Chris. Using either of the sentences. I played football for my school, or I used to play football for my school.
There you go.
The two differ not in the internal temporal consistency of the situation they describe, but in the way they view the internal temporal consistency. The first simply views the situation as a whole. I played football. This is like one event, I used to play football, it probably refers to, I used to play the game of football, but what comes to your mind is, so you did a lot of it kind of has a different connotation, I guess.
By the way, rational logic, and I'm not know if he's still on. Got less than minutes ago, talk about John 3:16. This kind of stuff you're looking at right now, I think, is relevant to his worry, and you can address the believing ones versus believed ones different ways. But this is a good example of confusing action, start, and aspect. So I think if rational logic's listening, I hope that he pays attention to this particular section, because this helps, I think, address why he's thinking about this the wrong way.
Yeah, right. And it's sad he's a seminary student, but he doesn't seem to be open.
Well, what I will say in defense of seminary students is you have been. Well, your seminary, I don't know where he goes to seminary. Yours is much heavier focus on language. Most seminary students don't take Greek, and if they do, they take 2 years at most.
Yeah.
And you know as well as I do that 2 years of Greek just gets you started. And frankly, most people just do what they can to pass Greek and then forget it. But those people do not do what you're doing right here.
Yeah.
They just say, "Oh, I took 2 years of Greek." Okay, what was your last test on your? Because I guarantee you got a 72 on your test on participles. Don't tell me you know Greek.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is when this book came out, I was interacting with people in the nerdy language majors about some of the ideas, because I read Con Campbell's book and all of this stuff. So I mean, even before, well, I was formerly in seminary already by that point, but this is something you just constantly got to get at, and you got to start somewhere. And the reality is, I don't think he started, not in that particular area.
Yeah.
But hopefully he'll listen. I don't know. Kevin seemed like he was listening.
Yeah.
Okay. But in the way to view the first simply views the situation as a whole, while the second looks inside the situation and expresses something of its temporal consistency as a regular occurrence. On the other hand, someone who had played only one match could truthfully say, I played football for my school, but not I used to play football for my school. That's a good point.
That would be one of the linguistic markers. That's my language. Used to would be a linguistic flag to let you know what kind of, and I would put that in action start myself.
Yeah.
To me, that's an action start issue.
Well, yeah, and the other thing that I'm looking at, I'm just looking at this as English. I used to play. I'm like, okay, well, this is an infinitive, and it looks like a complementary infinitive. So the way that it's said, I think, is an indicator too. The structure, at least in this example.
No, exactly. The structure helps you indicate because the structure is a linguistic marker.
Right. Yes. I used to play football for my school. Similarly, the sentence, the light flashed. And see, I've read other parts of this book because I read it in seminary. You have what is called procedural character. And so there's ways that you map out like binary actions on and off, or like flashing what that's like. They're running everything through the chart. It's so funny people refute the chart, and this book's full of charts. But anyway, that's for the future. The light flash could refer to either a single flash or a sequence of flashes. But the sentence, the light was flashing, see the imperfect, it can mean it's still going on, or there's a vividness. It makes you picture it, would normally suit only the second scenario. The reason is that a single flash is usually conceived of as a momentary or punctual event, which therefore lacks internal temporal consistency, having no middle phase. Okay, so this term internal temporal consistency is like past, present, future, as if you were like in the parade. Okay, like the actual analogy. I think that's how he's using it. And so because it can have a particular event, but it doesn't have a middle phase. It doesn't have a present phase, if you will. The idea of an aspect as a view or perspective is similar to that reflected in Shenko's parade illustration. Okay, so he's going after Con Campbell right now, and goes back to the 19th century reinterpretation of the term noted above. Whether this metaphor is in fact a helpful one will be questioned below, but it's important to stress that when Comrie and others explain aspect as a view, they're speaking of a view of the temporal structure of a situation. Like Ishchenko, Comrie describes perfective and imperfective aspect using the language of exterior and interior viewpoint, respectively. But these terms refer to positions. Yeah. But these terms refer to positions relative to the temporal course of the situation from the beginning to end. The imperfective aspect pays attention to the internal temporal structure of the situation, whereas the perfective does not, as it were, look inside the temporal structure. So aspect, like tense, has to do with time. That's what he's claiming. But it has to do with...
I don't think that's right. I think he's just confusing. I don't think that's right.
Yeah, I don't think it's right either. But I still have to evaluate it, which is unfortunate. But so aspect like tense has to do with time, but it has to do with how the situation relates to time rather than when. You see that? But see, that's just, it seems like we're right back to kind of action.
Yeah. See, I think here's my very high level evaluation, and this is high level. I could be wrong. That's my caveat. I think that aspect kind of action, that's the proper way to say it. I'm seeing aspect, if I can use very philosophical language here, as being about the relations between the verb as how it's described and the surrounding context. So it's relational.
Oh, now, action starts relational. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm speaking high level. I think aspect is the question is what is the kind of relation. So viewpoint. The relation is here's one of distance. And for me is action is aspect. The relation is distance. So proximity is the relation. So then the question becomes, what kind of relation? Well, some of those relations are temporal. Some of those relations are iterative. Some of those it's what kind of relation. So I think it's proximity. I think proximity is, so it's all relational. Aspect has to do with a particular kind of relation, which is proximity. And then the specific kinds of relation are actions art. I think that's the way I want to say it.
Okay. Yeah, and all right. I think that's good, because we're using metaphors of space and time. So when you're talking about distance or proximity, that deals with distance, but the viewpoint comes from the fact that if you're standing off, or where are you in relation to that? So I like the idea of first saying, okay, what is the relationship of this verb to the clause? Number one, is there an internal relationship within the verb that is innate within that form? Mm-hmm. In other words, does the present tense and the imperfect encode imperfective aspect by its form itself? And then based on certain contextual elements, mm-hmm. does that ever become more nuanced in the relationship?
Right.
I mean, I tend to now, my first thought when I'm evaluating something is like, okay, is this imperfective or perfective? And mm-hmm. then I work my way out, the clause, the paragraph. I try to see, all right, what is the exact relationship? So yeah, this language, I need to know this language, but we need to come up with better language.
Yeah, I don't think this language is helpful.
Yeah.
I
wonder if I can make an interstellar illustration that will work for this. I don't know. Or to put it another way, with situation internal time rather than situation external time. Okay, within situation internal time would be what is embedded within the form, and then external would be outside.
He's just confusing a downstream inference for the thing itself. So if it's true that I'm up close to a process, mm-hmm. and we're describing a process here, okay? Because I think all this presumes a process. Mm-hmm. If I'm up close to a process and the process is passing in front of me, that's going to look like, because in virtue of my closeness, that's going to look like something happening now. The nowness, the change is happening precisely because I'm so close, right? Mm-hmm. If I step far back, that can see the beginning and the end. It's not obvious anymore. But that's a function of the proximity. It's not definitional to the proximity. And he seems to take situation internal, situation external. It's not temporal. It's precisely because I'm internal. If you're internal to a process, it's going to look temporal. If you're external to a process, it's going to look atemporal.
Okay, so it's sort of like if you were in a two-dimensional world, everything would look flat. But if you're in three-dimensional, it'll look like how we see it now.
Yeah.
And then going out. Yeah. I think dimensional might be a better word to use. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's what I might try to develop that. I don't know. Cummer defines tenses as grammaticalized expression of location and time. It is said to be deictic in that it relates the time of the situation to a particular reference point or deictic center. In the case of temporal dexis, that's Decker did a whole lot of stuff on that. This is a point in time, a now, which is normally but not necessarily the time of the utterance. As Lyons puts it, tense grammaticalizes the relationship which holds between the time of the situation that's being described and the temporal zero point of the deictic context. Deictic, yeah. An example of a difference in tense and the contrast between sentences: I am playing football. You're in the process. And I was playing football. You might have stopped, but you could be going on. The first communicates the idea that I'm playing at the present moment. The second that I was playing at a reference point in the past. Aspect, on the other hand, is usually said to be non-deictic, meaning that it does not indicate when the situation occurred in relation to a particular deictic center. But to say that aspect is non-deictic is not to say that it is non-temporal. Okay. As can be seen from examples discussed above. Bach and aspect action start distinction. Bach argues that Comrie's definition of aspect is too broad. I agree. If he's going to make nouns aspect, it's definitely too broad. And that he fails to distinguish it from action start.
Amen. Amen.
A German term that literally means kind of action.
Yep.
It's important to understand precisely what Bach means by this distinction, because the word Aktionsart means sort of action, has been used in a variety of ways, but in general linguistics and in New Testament studies, both. Okay, at least 6 different. Oh my gosh!
No way.
I didn't remember this from Con Campbell. I think he did list these, but still, at least 6. And I've read this. That's why everything's highlighted. But at least 6 different senses can be discerned in recent literature. And it will be useful to list these before turning to Bach's argument, for confusion arises if they're not carefully distinguished. First, some scholars have used Aktionsart to refer to what Comrie calls internal temporal constituency. That is the way in which a situation actually takes place in time. The running. You're running, right? The event. According to this understanding, Aktionsart is sometimes something objective pertaining to the situation itself, not to the way in which it's conceptualized or described. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I don't like that, just because I think that's a misunderstanding of the way language works.
I think it's a misunderstanding of literature too.
Yeah.
A second way that some, including Bacche, have used to determine which reference to one's psychological conception of a situation. Okay, so now this deals with perception. Borrowing an example from Doughty, Bach notes that one may conceptualize the activity of reading a book for an hour as a continuous one. Yeah, but here's the thing. When you say reading a book for an hour, that has an endpoint in it.
Yeah.
Even if it's actual fact, it was interrupted by a visit to the bathroom, periods looking out the window, blinking, and so on. Okay, that's true. I mean, think about that. Man, I've been studying for an hour. And somebody said, "Did you go to the bathroom? Did you get a cup of coffee?" Well, then you weren't really studying for an hour.
See, but my pushback on this category would be how you think about an action is different, and just necessarily it's different than how you talk about and describe that action. Now, how I talk about and describe it presumes a thought about it, but Aktionsart isn't a thought. Aktionsart is a linguistic feature. Aktionsart is not a psychological feature.
Okay, so all right. Now here's the issue with this. Another thing that comes in, it deals with intentionality. If I say, "Man, I was studying for a whole hour," and maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe I'm not focusing on the fact that I went to the bathroom and all of that. But if I said, "We're going to study for an hour," that's a different idea than just, say, "Man, I was studying for an hour," or because you're basically indicating to a person that this is the plan. So there's other things like that involved.
And so what I would say, again, to use my preferred framework here, is how you choose to present that depends on your intention. So I have an intention to give you a plan, or I have an intention to hyperbolically describe how exhausted I am. And so the language that I use, how I describe my intention, depends on the intention if I'm careful.
Right.
But the description is downstream from and dependent on, but distinct from the psychological, or the description is downstream and downstream from, contingent on the psychological intention. So I don't think it's a good idea to root Aktionsart in the psyche. I think it's in the word.
Yeah, and I've heard bad things about Speech Act. I still consider it and evaluate it and use it as a tool. But that this does deal with Speech Act theory as well.
I'll take your word for it. I know nothing about Speech Act. But you're not going to get through all 6 if we stop too much.
Right, all right. Since Akshasar is a matter of one's conception of a situation, Bhake describes it not as objective, but as quasi-objective. Okay, so I guess that's why they're saying psychological. So one of them is objective. This one is quasi-objective. All right, I can work with that. A third approach understands Akshasar as a property, not of situations themselves, nor conceptions of situations, but of sentences, or more precisely, clauses about them. Okay? In this sense,
I don't like it about clauses. I want it to be about verbs, but go ahead.
Yeah. In this case, the term refers to what is expressed of the situation's internal temporal constituency through the various components of the clause. Okay, I like this one so far. Including the choice of verbal aspect and the semantics of the verbal lexicon. Okay, this is Wallace's category. In fact, he even says it right here. Thus, Wallace explains Akshasar as an aspect in combination with lexical, grammar, and contextual features, which I said earlier. This understanding of Akshasar is close to Comrie's understanding of aspect. Okay. A fourth understanding sees Akshasar as a property, not of complete clauses, but of the verbal lexeme together with its arguments. Okay. Now, this idea about arguments, it's still, I've heard, when you're talking about arguments, like it could be clauses, propositions.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure exactly what they mean, unless what they're doing is they're taking it to the discourse level.
Well, what does footnote 72 say?
Smith refers to the combination of the verb with its arguments as the verb constellation. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. So basically, it's finding
the verb and all the stuff, all what I've been calling consistently the linguistic flags, all the indicators for how the verb is being used.
Yeah. The main verb, the subject with it, direct object, all that stuff.
I'm personally partial to this view so far, although I see value in Wallace's.
Arguments being those elements of a clause, such as subjects and objects, that's what it said, which have a close semantic relationship to the predicate, and which must be involved because of the very nature of the relation of activity named by the predicate. According to this approach, this deals with a concept later on this book talks about. It's called effectiveness, because there's better ways to evaluate voice now. That there's what you should be measuring is the effectiveness of how something is affected, to what degree. But anyway, that's for another time. Clauses such as subjects and objects which have a close semantic relationship to the predicate, and which must be involved because of the very nature of the relation to activity named by the predicate. It has to be complete thought. According to this approach, now this is good because you know what this means. If this works, what this does is you can't hear a person say, "Oh well, I'm taking the Akshasar from 4 sentences earlier."
Yeah. Right.
It's in the clause. It is the interaction of Akshasar with the grammatical aspect of the verb, perfective, imperfective, and with other elements of the clause that express the internal temporal structure of a situation. The significance of including arguments is that they can make a difference to the relevant temporal characteristics of the situation described as explained in more detail in section 4 below. But this just sounds like a more nuanced view of Wallace.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah. For example, blogs ran and blogs ran a mile behave differently because the latter includes the idea of reaching endpoint. Yeah, let's talk about that. Another term for that is telicity. Similarly, blog, and it talks about this in this book concerning infinitives and all that. Similarly, blog scores a goal speaks of a single event, whereas blog scored goals speaks of a series of events spread over a period of time. A wide range of other terms have been used to refer to action art in this sense, including aspectual character, aspectual class. Yeah, the other term they're going to use in this book is procedural character, if I remember right. Yeah, there it is. Procedural character, situation type, and inherent meaning. Okay, I kind of like that. A fifth approach is to see action art as a property of the verb alone. Whoa.
That's
that's kind of shocking. So that the verb run has the same action art in the sentences blog ran's a mile. Robert Krellin, and I have read something by him, I think it's actually in this book, who classifies run as an activity verb, notes that while not finally determining the structure of an event expressed at the sentence level, verbs determine the kind of event that a sentence describes. Okay. Action art in this sense is sometimes referred to as lexical aspect. Okay, well then if we're going to do that, then let's do this. Let's talk about lexical aspect. Let's talk about verbal aspect. Let's talk about metaphorical, figurative aspect.
Discourse aspect.
Yeah. Let's just do that.
Yeah.
Get rid of the aspect theory in that sense. And if you want to do it that way. Although the latter term is also used for action art in the fourth sense, and no offense to these scholars, we're trying to do our best to work through here. But I mean, they're way smarter than us. Philip argues that it is strictly appropriate only when just verbs take as lexical items are at stake. Only when just verbs. 6. Within Slavonic linguistics, the term has been used to refer to the temporal characteristics of a particular class of verbs, also known as procedurals. Okay.
But I just don't think that all aspect is necessarily temporal. I think that there are temporal pieces of action art. I think there are temporal action arts, but not all action arts are temporal. So if we reduce it to only temporal, I think we have a problem.
Yeah. Okay, so this is going to the language of procedurals. These are verbs derived from other verbs through the addition of prefixes or suffixes and indicate how the action develops or proceeds in particular circumstances. In Russian, for example, the prefix za can be added to certain imperfective verbs to generate a perfective verb referring to the beginning of the relevant action. The word cry, but the procedural means burst into tears. As noted above,
like an aggressive in Greek.
Yeah, or I'm thinking of like in Hebrew, the different stems, like the intensive stems and stuff like that.
Right.
As noted above, Bacche understands action art in the second of these senses as one's conception of the temporal course of a situation.
Wrong.
In contrast to action art, he sees aspect as reflecting the speaker or writer's choice of situation focus and representing the situation, whether as a unit or a total event or something unfolding with specific attention to the internal structure of the situation. It is important to note that his objection to Comrie is not related to Comrie's understanding of aspect as a temporal concept. Indeed, he has referred to Comrie's formulation of the distinction between perfective and imperfective aspect as one of the very best, though critiquing it on the grounds that, strictly speaking, it is the locutionary agent. See, there it is, speech act. And I can't remember the terms. You have perlocutionary, illocutionary, and locutionary. But basically, it's like what is said, why is it being said, and what is the effect of what's being said.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So take out the trash can be said in different ways. Mm-hmm. I sure wish the trash would be taken out. There's different ways. Man, that trash is getting full. That's a hint, right? And not the aspects themselves that look at the situation from the outside. For Bacche, similar to Comrie, looking at a situation from outside, i.e. with an external situation, focus means to look at it in its entirety with all its constituent phrases viewed as a whole. Whereas looking at a situation from inside, i.e. with an internal situational focus, means to look at it as it unfolds, with special attention paid to the middle part. Yeah, but this doesn't sound much different from Porter and his parade analogy at this point.
Yeah.
This perfective aspect presents a situation as a whole, while imperfective aspect presents a situation as unfolding or continuing over an explicit or implicit stretch of time.
Yeah, I think that the right way to look at this, I think it's related to psychology and intentionality, but I think the intentionality drives or should drive the speaker or the writer to choose an aspect. And I think the aspect is best understood as the verb plus its arguments, to use that previous language. So because I have this intention, I want to present it this way, so that I keep saying aspect. So aspect is the camera angle. It's how close this proximity. How close do I get? And then action start is how do I present that? Is it repeated? Is it habitual? Is it present? Is it something that happened? I think what the way I want to paint the verb depends on a combination of the way that I choose to look at it and then how I want you as the hearer to see it. That's the way that I think should be understood.
Yeah, I think it needs to be that way because literature is a work of art, and so all of those creative elements are involved. The reference in these descriptions to constituent phases and unfolding or continuing over time should leave no doubt that Bacche, like Comrie, relates aspect to time, because that's what he's trying to point out. Bacche also recognized that there's a telling evidence, both syntactic and semantic, against the optional nature of aspectual choice. For what's the term? It's a choice. I can't remember. It's a cliche that I don't remember. It's Porter, or it basically deals with discourse analysis too. Is that basically whenever you choose to use something that's not the default form of the word or whatever. I can't remember what it is right now. I'm a little tired.
Yeah.
All right. For example, the logical incompatibility of the perfective aspect with reference to a process or activity in a progress at a time of speaking is usually considered a central theorem in discussion on aspect. So they're saying, can the perfective aspect, the completed idea, to simplify things, can it ever actually reflect the process? The situation in which there is a generally free choice are those which are distant from the concrete present, either temporally or modally, and which are conceived of an objectively durative. There's your continuous, atelic, which means there's no go mentioned, and non-stative. These latter three terms will be explained more in detail in section 4, but essentially the situation must be conceptualized as lasting longer than a moment, not having an inherent terminal point, and involving change. He's got some good charts. I think Krellin is the one that makes the charts in here, but this requirement for distance from the concrete present means that the situation must be placed in the past, in the future, be conceived as hypothetical, necessary, etc. Where these conditions are satisfied, this is what Bacche calls a pure aspectual opposition between perfective and imperfective aspect, and the speaker or writer has a subjective choice whether to present the situation as a unit or something unfolding. That's where you were talking about the running thing.
Yeah.
In all other cases, however, the choice of aspect is constrained by the action start of the situation. For example, punctual situations cannot be referred to by construction marked as truly imperfective. Okay, so he's saying right there that if it's particular, if it happens in one moment, you can't use an imperfect to describe that. I think that's what he's trying to say. Punctional verbs can be combined with imperfectivity, but such constructions invariably express repetition or refer to the period leading up to the act or event concerned. As discussed in section 4.4 below, whether what is expressed in such a case is repetition or a run-up would depend on the semantics of the verb in question. The sentence, "the light was flashing," is of the first type. While an example of the second is Bloggs was finding his coat, which in fact relates to the period when Bloggs was looking for the coat, like you said, when I was running, and had not yet found it. The choice of aspect is likewise not a subjective one in the case of durative but telic situations. So there's your continuous. While Bakke defines as those which move towards a logical conclusion. In such cases, imperfective aspect is used to refer to the process tending towards, but not necessarily reaching its goal, whereas the perfective construction makes explicit reference to the goal. So what? Now, okay, that's interesting. So they're saying imperfective, no mention of the goal necessarily, but perfective, the goal is involved. Thus, the Russian imperfective sentence, "he was dying," speaks of the period before death, whereas the perfective, "he died," refers to death itself. Okay? Well, in 2 Timothy, if we died, that's an aorist being used there. That's a perfective aspect being used there. We will live with him. I mean, we will live with him. Since the choice between the imperfective and perfective in such cases is not a subjective one, Bakke considers it not to be purely aspectual, rather it involves Akshasart. And Bakke uses the term aspectual functions, well, that's kind of like what we were saying, to refer to the use of the imperfective and perfective in such cases. Yet for Bakke, the true nature of aspect is displayed in cases where there's a subjective choice between perfective and imperfective, and for the reason he describes aspect as quasi-subjective. Nevertheless, it is only quasi-subjective because in many cases there is no such subjective choice. Okay, so basically whenever a writer chooses to write, he's using live options. If there was no live option at that time, in other words, no use of the language in that way, then he can't choose to describe it in any other way.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he makes something up. So that's kind of like what it's talking about here. Bakke is surely right to note that there's a distinction between cases where aspectual choice is constrained by objective or quasi-objective factors, and those where the choice is more subjective. Yet it may be observed that his argument that only the latter display pure aspect is circular, since it's based at an a priori assumption that aspect is subjective category.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Smith makes a distinction between viewpoint aspect and situation aspect. All right.
We should just stick with viewpoint aspect and leave everything else alone.
This is similar to Bakke's distinction between aspect and Akshasart. As with Comrie and Bakke, when he speaks of viewpoint, she's referring to a temporal perspective.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah. The main semantic difference among aspectual viewpoints is in how much of a situation they make visible. Perfective viewpoints focus the situation in its entirety, including endpoints. So there's the remoteness idea. Imperfective viewpoints focus on intervals that exclude endpoints.
That's fine. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Comrie,
that doesn't make it temporal. That just means that it doesn't make it essentially temporal. It just means that temporality might flow from the way you're choosing to describe it.
Yeah. And you think about that, that's what makes the present tense able to be gnomic.
Yes, exactly. Well said.
Comrie, Buck, and Smith are not atypical in defining aspect in terms of temporal phrases or intervals. There's widespread agreement on this in the linguistic literature. Marion Johnson and the time relational approach. Within general linguistics, therefore, definitions of perfective and imperfective aspect in terms of external and internal viewpoint are metaphorical, expressing a distinction in the relationship of the verb of time. We should just say relationships,
Yep. Yeah, why are you privileging the temporal relation? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why are you picking that one out?
Yeah, but although such definitions are common even commonplace, they are not unproblematic. As Klein notes, situations, that is, events, actions, processes, states, do not have an inside or an outside like a house or a tomato. Since the characteristic is purely metaphorical. Yeah, but I mean, let's just use Interstellar. Interstellar, you're in another dimension and you're seeing into that. And you're seeing a different time in a different space. Anyway, since the characterization is purely metaphorical, it is far from being clear. My guess is some Greek grammarian has probably used Interstellar. I have to look it up. Characteristically, it is accompanied by spatial and other circumlocutions, such as, don't know that, the process as a whole is in the speaker's field of vision, as if the process was a matchbox or the Eiffel Tower. Here, Klein notes Izhenko's parade illustration as particularly vivid formulation. If one must use the language of view, then aspect is in fact more to do with what is in view, whether the entire course of a situation, perfective aspect, or a phase excluding endpoints, imperfective aspect, than the position or viewpoint one views it from. But the language of viewing is itself problematic because the speaker or writer does not use language to view situations, but rather to speak about them.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I don't like
understand.
it.
That feels like a pedantic point.
Yeah, well, I mean, whenever you write a book, right? If you're writing a narrative, the writer is speaking about things, but he wants you to picture the action.
Yeah.
You know? To be sure, yeah, I do think. To be sure, language sometimes creates a mental picture, but that is a pragmatic effect. Okay, so a lot of times, whenever I got to bring up these categories because they're also used. So one argument is that when you're talking about verbal aspect, that's semantic, and when you're talking about action art, that's pragmatics. So that may be where they're going here. To be sure, language sometimes creates a mental picture, but that is a pragmatic effect arising from the way it's used in context, of course. And aspectual forms can be used in abstract prose that does not create any mental picture whatsoever. Okay. As noted above, the idea of aspect as view or viewpoint seems to have arisen from an infelicitous. Felicitous is felicity, right? Or what's his name? So
not true to.
Yeah. Okay. From a translation of the word from the Russian. So they got the word wrong in Russian, essentially what he's saying. It would be preferable to define aspect more literally as a temporal phrase or phrases about which a speaker or writer is speaking, rather than the phrase they have in view. You're just trying to take us right back to action art.
Yeah.
Johnson takes just such an approach, building on Reichenbach's work on tenses and that of Bennett and Party on aspect and truth conditions. She distinguishes three categories of time which are significant in relation to the act of speaking. The speech time, S, is the time at which the act of speaking itself takes place. Okay. The event time is the time in which an event takes place. I could use this in other categories. You know, I use primary audience, the characters in a book versus the original audience. I could adapt this to some of my arguments.
And there's nothing wrong with looking at temporal categories. I just have a problem with saying that aspect or action art are essentially temporal. That's just wrong.
Yeah. So the event time is the time in which an event takes place, and the reference time is the time the speaker is principally referring to. Whereas tense concerns the relationship between reference time and speech time. Okay. Aspect is concerned with the relationship between reference time and event time. Let me go back to event. Why are they making aspect about time? It don't make sense. reference time, and speech time. Aspect is concerned with the relationship between reference and event time. Whoa. I'm going to have to they're going to algebraic over here.
Yeah.
Although Johnson uses the word event, her analysis also holds for other forms of situation, such as activities and states. Johnson defines perfective aspect, which he terms completive aspect. You didn't like perfective, so you just call it complete. Okay,
Right.
That's fine. I could understand this though. I might even use this because when I use the term perfective, people may not understand, but completive, they can see that.
Right.
Using the formula R equals E in a perfective aspect. Oh my gosh. In other words, perfective complete aspect is used when speaking of the whole of the situation expressed by the verb, whereas imperfective aspect is used when there's some part of the event time that is after the reference time, i.e., when the endpoint is excluded from the reference time. Okay. Although Johnson's understanding of the distinction is similar to those discussed above, her approach has the advantage that it avoids defining aspect in metaphorical terms, and instead offers a precise definition which clarifies both the temporal nature of aspect and its distinction from tense on the one hand and action start, however defined, on the other. Okay. A further attraction of Johnson's approach over Comrie's is that whereas Comrie's definition refers only to internal temporal structure, Johnson allows for reference to times before and after the situation itself. This enables her to offer a straightforward explanation of perfect aspect, which is not easily accommodated with Comrie's system. Perfect aspect, also known as anterior or retrospective aspect, and not to be confused with perfective, is used when E is less than R. That is when the whole of the event time precedes the reference. Okay, I could see maybe how some of this could be useful, like the greater than, less than, equal. I could see how that could be helpful. Far as describing some of this, when the whole of the
In some cases, I think it is useful. The problem is generalizing it to aspect as such.
Yeah. Johnson illustrates the various aspects diagrammatically as follows, with the brackets indicating the event time E. Okay, I've seen this before. So R, we got to remember what R is. Reference equals event for completed aspect. So it's referring to the event as a whole without going into the range of the reference for the imperfect. Okay, hold on. Range of R for imperfect. Okay, so the imperfective can refer to any time in here. That's what they're saying. The range of the R for the perfect aspect can refer to anything that's here. I don't know. I need better clarification on this. But I have seen that chart around.
So the best I can imagine, and I'm not saying this is right, I'm trying to interpret it, is let's use English sentences. I studied, I was studying, I have studied. Mm-hmm. So imperfective would clearly be I was studying. Well, you're inside that. I am studying. You're inside of the process. Mm-hmm. I have studied puts you. The reference is looking at a completed action, and you're outside of that completed action. Mm-hmm. That's kind of the way that I think they're trying to. So you're looking back on something that was completed.
Okay.
It's a relation.
Yeah.
I am related to that completed act in some way, that I'm implying something about me as a result of that act. But again, to me, that's not about temporality. That's about relation.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point, because they're basically saying temporal relation is everything. And there's other relationships present.
Just wrong.
All right. Figure 2, aspect in Johnson's unified temporal theory. The application of this sort of approach has promise for the analysis of New Testament Greek and may help to resolve some of the outstanding problems. Klein terms such approach time relational. So she's the one he's following, basically.
Mhm.
His own approach is similar to Johnson's and has been fruitfully applied by Krellin in his analysis of the perfect in Koine Greek. All right. Although Johnson distinguishes only three aspects, it would clearly also be possible to define posterior or perspective aspect in a similar way, namely, result is less than the event. That is, reference, not result. The reference time precedes the event time. This offers a satisfying explanation of the aspect of the future tense in the non-indicative moods of the New Testament Greek. For example, okay, but seeing the one concerning him coming said, Lord, if Panta Axomen, I don't know that,
Sorry,
and Makare.
I don't know.
Okay, so I was trying to read. I read the first part, but when Jesus' followers saw, okay, there's the participle, what was going to happen. So this participle is what they're talking about right here. They said, Lord, should we strike with the swords? But is out of you some of you whom do not believe? And for he saw from the begin, or knew from the beginning, for Jesus knew from the beginning, some are of those who did not believe, and who is of those that will betray him. Okay. But there are some of you who do not believe. For Jesus knew from the beginning who those were who did not believe, and who it was who would betray him. Would betray. Why did it say did betray? Okay. Definition of aspect in recent New Testament studies. New Testament scholarship since Porter and Fannin has generally adopted a viewpoint approach to aspect, but in contrast to the linguists mentioned above, has tended to downplay or deny the temporal nature of aspect.
Good.
This section will briefly survey the definitions of aspect, perfectivity, and imperfectivity offered by four New Testament scholars, namely Mateos, Porter, Fannin, and Campbell. Mateos' 1979 monograph, El Aspecto Verbal en el Nuevo Testamento, was the first book link. I sound so white when I read that. Was the first book length treatment of aspect in New Testament Greek, predating those of Porter and Fannin, and adopts a more clearly time-based approach than sequential treatments. Most works sequential to Porter and Fannin largely follow their definitions. So he's taking it back and saying this guy took a time-based approach before them. Definitions, and particularly Porter's, and will not be considered separately here. However, Campbell's view merits attention because he departs from Porter and Fannin on a number of points, and because in addition to two monographs, he has written a short introduction to aspect, which will provide many students first orientation to the subject. Mateos assumes a broad definition of aspect similar to that used by Comrie, and sees the aspect expressed by verbal form and context as dependent on three factors, which he terms, okay, I'm familiar with these categories: lexematic, morphomatic, and syntactomatic. So lexeme, morpheme, and syntax. Aspect. Lexematic aspect essentially refers to action start in the fifth sense mentioned in section 2.3. Okay.
Just the verb.
Morphomatic aspect refers to the aspect of the verbal form, perfective and perfective. Yeah, that was in the inherent idea. And syntactomatic aspect refers to the aspectual information conveyed by the various syntactomatic relationships in which a verb occurs, such as now I do like this. I mean, I don't know if we have to use those types of words, but I do like this because this is talking about the very thing you professing on.
Right.
Is the auxiliaries try, begin, stop, the arguments, throw a stone, throw stones, and adverbs like frequently.
Correct. Exactly.
Mateo sees the heiress as having punctual aspect. Whoa.
Nope.
They're going to chop him up.
Do you take the view that the heiress is kind of like an unmarked aspect, and then you let the action start do all the work from there?
So let me think. Okay, so yeah, in a way, I mean, that is one way to look at it. However, I'm thinking of it more in terms of like the discourse. Now, I've kind of gotten to the idea that it's like backgrounding, or given the main line of the narrative, and then the present tense is brought forward. But I've been influenced because Stagg wrote, that paper, The Abused Heiress, and then Matheson wrote the paper, The Abused Present Tense. And so, I mean, but still, regardless, seeing the heiress as particular, that's a serious problem. Nobody should be making that argument. But this is what's so ironic. When James White, MacArthur, they all did it.
Yep.
They all did it. And that's the whole argument behind the present tense, and the heiress. And that's why you mentioned all the times those heiress tense mentioned. Now, I will tell you this, Chris. I was in a stream once live. I think it was on Praise I Am's. And I went through a lot of those heiress tenses that Stegall mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And Professor was in the stream, and we were working through them. And he was coming up with arguments for why he didn't think those rules held. Now, I didn't have the time to evaluate everything. But I feel like that he gets some things right, but he won't sit still and study and learn. He'd rather just jump from one stream to another or do things like that instead of actually sitting down and doing the hard work. But anyway, Mateo sees the heiress as having punctual aspect, not meaning that it represents the situation as momentary. Okay, well, at least he didn't do that. But that it presents the situation single whole. Oh, that's fine. Not a problem. So that's remoteness, without regard to its duration. This is essentially the widely accepted totality understanding. So like a constative heiress. If we were talking about action start. Totality understanding the perfective aspect discussed above. He sees the present stem as ordinarily, except in the present and future indicative, expressing durative aspect, whether iterative or habitual. You see how he's reading that in there?
Yeah.
The present tense ordinarily has a durative, whether iterative or habitual. But although durativity is, I got to look at the footnote. Oh, let's just say ibid. But although durativity is necessarily implied by imperfective aspect, as noted above, scholars now tend to see the defining feature of imperfective aspect as the lack of reference to endpoints, rather than durativity per se. Yeah, right. You can't see a present tense and say you got to endure to the end. How can you do that? There is no endpoint,
right,
in the imperfective idea. Mateo's analysis of the relationship between lexematic and morphomatic aspect, i.e. procedural character and verbal aspect, reflects the sort of interactive approach discussed in section 4 below. Accordingly, he first divides lexemes into different classes and then examines the effect of the various verb forms on them. Okay? Although Mateo's work is now somewhat dated and lacking in detailed analysis, Porter and Pitts assess his contribution to the study of aspect in New Testament Greek somewhat unfairly when they describe it as only a significant forerunner and a form of action start theory that goes back to the 19th century. Porter defines aspect as a synthetic semantic category. So this is where we're dealing with semantics versus pragmatics. Realized in the form of verbs, used of meaningful opposition in a network of tense systems to grammaticalize the author's reasoned subjective choice of conception over a process. All right, let's take that one at a time. Okay, synthetic semantic category. Realized in the form of verbs. Use of a meaningful opposition in a network of tense systems. So, in other words, whenever you choose to use an aspect, you're doing it in a context where you had competed options and you decided to select this particular one out of all the others.
And you're grammaticalizing the author's reasoned subjective choice. In other words, you have an idea and you're choosing to use the tools of grammar to get your idea across.
Right. Perfective aspect expresses the conception of an action as complete and an undifferentiated process. And imperfective aspect, a conception of the action as being in progress. In other words, its internal structure as seen as unfolding.
I don't like the process language, but
Right.
again, I prefer proximity language, but okay.
Yeah. The words process and progress and unfolding in these definitions might seem at first to point toward an understanding of at least an imperfective aspect as having to do with temporal structure. But it's striking that the word temporal does not appear in any of these definitions. Instead of Comrie's phrase internal temporal structure, Porter refers simply to internal structure. And likewise, Porter speaks of constituency rather than temporal constituency. This appears deliberate, for Porter states that aspect is not properly speaking a temporal category. Although like tense and attitude, it is concerned with processes which occur in time. However, in denying that aspect is temporal, he appears not merely to exclude external or deictic time, i.e. tense, for he critiques Hackett, Comrie, and Morehouse for defining aspect in terms of temporal distribution or constituency, claiming that Comrie's attempt to correlate aspect with situation internal time and tense with situation external time runs contrary to his view of aspect as non-deictic and shifts to a view of aspect as Akshasart. Yeah, that's what I was saying. You're just taking it back to Akshasart. So I'm with Porter right now. Porter's rejection of a temporal understanding of aspect is also reflected in the reconfiguration of Izetchenko's parade illustration noted above. Whereas Izetchenko's perfective aspect takes in the whole event over the course of time, Porter's perfective aspect views it all at once in an immediacy. And whereas Izetchenko's imperfective aspect never views the beginning or event of the parade, Porter's imperfective aspect simply does not see it at a particular moment in time. Porter's understanding of viewpoint thus leaves out the idea of temporal development, which it was argued is implicit in Izetchenko's approach. So just if I was Porter, I'd be like, okay, I stole the illustration and tweaked it. What's your point?
Right.
Porter also rejects the idea that the choice of aspect is affected by the lexical semantics of the verb or by the objective temporal constituency of a situation, an issue to which we will return in section 4. Whereas Izetchenko, Forsyth, Comrie, Bakke, and others agree that the choice of aspect is not always a subjective choice. The element of subjectivity is intrinsic in Porter's definition, and he considers that there's no necessary correlation between aspect form and objective action. Fanning.
I would agree.
Fanning defines aspect as the category in the grammar of the verb which reflects the focus or viewpoint of the speaker in regard to the action or condition what the verb describes. So Fanning and Con Campbell both use a viewpoint here. It shows the perspective from which the occurrence is regarded or the portrayal of the occurrence itself apart from the actual or perceived nature of the situation itself. The aorist perfective aspect presents an occurrence in summary viewed as a whole form from the outside without regard for the internal makeup of the occurrence, while the present imperfective aspect reflects an internal viewpoint concerning the occurrence which focuses on its development or progress and sees the occurrence in regard to its internal makeup without beginning or end in view. The phrase, apart from the actual perceived nature of the situation itself, gives the impression that Fanning, like Porter, regards aspect as essentially subjective, although he admits that fully subjective choices are not common. Like Porter, Fanning describes aspect using the language of viewpoint and perspective, and is reluctant to describe aspect in temporal forms. Okay, so we got Fannin, Porter, and Campbell in agreement on viewpoint.
Yep.
So that I think that's good.
Yep.
And reluctant to describe aspect temporal terms, although he seems more ambivalent than Porter on this point. Oh, and another thing I want to bring up, notice that general linguistics seems to be the area where there's more differentiation in the languages rather than the linguistics applied to the biblical Greek.
Right.
So that may be one of the issues there. And
which would make sense because different languages operate different ways.
Yeah, and Con Campbell talks about some of that in his Advances of Greek. Like Porter, he describes the imperfective using apparently temporal categories, namely development, progress, beginning, and end. Moreover, in the very first sentence of Fannin's introduction, he appears to approve Hockett's definition of verbal aspect as concerned with events, temporal distribution, or contour, a definition what Porter explicitly rejects. Yeah, but Fanning doesn't have a problem with time in the indicative mood. Porter says it's not in the indicative mood. But once again, participles are not in there, they don't have a mood, So that's one thing. Yet Fannin's own definition does not use the word temporal. Similarly to Porter, he refers to internal makeup rather than Comrie's internal temporal consistency. And although Fannin recognizes that temporal meanings such as duration, progression, and completion can be produced as a secondary function of aspect when combined with other elements like the verb's inherent meaning, adverbs, and so forth,
right,
it is not allowed that this is a consequence of aspect itself being a temporal concept. Yeah,
he's correct.
Yeah, and that's why it might be better to talk about semantics as the verbal aspect and pragmatics as everything around. Like Porter, it seems that Fanning wants to say more than simply that aspect is non-deictic. For example, he criticizes Johnson's view discussed above for giving too much emphasis to the temporal relation of the event to the reference point. According to Fannin, the relationship between the action and the reference point from which it is viewed is not primarily a chronological one, even though it can produce that effect. Mm-hmm. If the relationship must be pictured in any dimension, look at that.
Yes.
But when you think about it, dimension is just another word for spatial, so I don't know if it'll work. But if you talk about dimension as like 2D, 3D, so on, it might work. A spatial one fits better since the distinction is one of proximity versus distance.
Yep, he's right.
It is not obvious.
I think I'm gonna sign Fanning's contract.
Yeah. It is not obvious what Fanning means by picturing the relationship in a spatial dimension. He states that in order to view the action from within and ignore the initial and final limits, the vantage point must be near. An internal perspective, on the other hand, viewing the whole action from beginning to end without focus on the internal makeup of the action, most naturally fits a remote or distance perspective. Fanning, I hope Stegel read this, but so far, the way Stegel explains things, he's using all this, so that's good. Fanning cites Bakke in support of the view that perfective aspect requires distance, whether temporal or modal. However, Bakke does not argue that imperfective aspect requires proximity. His point is rather that it is only when there's distance that there could be subjective choice between perfective and imperfective aspect. You were talking about that earlier. How did you say that?
I don't remember. We've talked a lot.
Okay. I'll come back. And maybe in the future. Fanning is certainly correct that aspect is not primarily concerned with the sequence of events. Although this is less true of the perfect and perspective aspects than of the perfective and imperfective. However, he is mistaken in supposing that it must therefore be to do with space, whether literal or metaphorical. The question is which phase or phases of the situation the speaker or writer is speaking about, not from how far away the situation is being presented.
Why is that the question? I mean, I appreciate the assertion, but why?
Yeah. In a footnote, Fanon cites several linguists who he claims advocate or at least entertain a spatial approach. However, in each case, this appears to reflect a misunderstanding of their position. Winfer understands aspect temporally, but adopts a spatial model as a mean of plotting distinctions in tense, aspect, and mood, given that a third of Persian forms, participate in two different categories each, either in two tenses and or two moods and or two past, sort of like Hebrew, I guess is what he's saying. Anderson also clearly sees aspect as temporal, being concerned with the relation of event or state to a particular reference point. It is located before, retrospective, after, prospective, around, progressive, or simply aorist a particular point in time. These temporal relations being expressed in spatial language. Similarly, Harweg does not consider that aspect could be concerned with spatial rather than temporal relations, only that applying a notion of perspective to aspect involves picturing time in terms of space. Now we get to Campbell. Similarly to Porter and Fanning, Campbell sees aspect as a matter of viewpoint.
So everybody agrees with his viewpoint.
Yeah. Defining it as the manner in which verbs are used to view an action or state. An author speaker will portray an event either from the inside, as though it's seen as unfolding, or from the outside, as though it's seen as whole. Campbell approves Porter's understanding of imperfective aspect as conceiving of an action as being in progress and its internal structure is unfolding, as well as Fanon's understanding of imperfective aspect. It focuses on occurrence developed or progress without beginning or end of view. As noted above, the word progress, unfolding, development, beginning, and end suggests temporality.
They don't.
No, right. Because you could talk about logical progressions, you know.
Yep.
Yet Campbell is even more emphatic than Porter and Fanning that aspect is not a temporal concept, whether deictic or non-deictic. He comments, it is unfortunate that aspect is occasionally defined in terms of temporal relations rather than simply...
Hang on, go back one sentence. This I questioned this guy because he just said that Campbell's own language suggests temporality, even as Campbell himself considers the question and says no. So he thinks he understands Campbell's position better than Campbell. I'm always worried about that. But he also just critiqued Fanning a few pages back for misunderstanding these other scholars. Why should I think that he's right and Fanning misunderstood those scholars if he can't even get Campbell right?
Right, and you know, I'm going to look and see what Fanning said about this particular chapter. That's what, whenever I read Advances in Greek, I went to all the different blogs of Porter, of Campbell, of and you know, read all their stuff.
Yeah.
He comments, it is unfortunate that aspect is occasionally defined in terms of temporal relations rather than simply viewpoint, and even critiques the idea that imperfective aspect views action as being in progress, stating that imperfective aspect views an action internally, but that action need not necessarily be in progress.
Yep, that's right.
According to Campbell, such a notion has to do with how the action occurs objectively and thus belongs to the realm of action start. Elsewhere, Campbell comments,
I prefer, as I told you, the linguistic presentation, but sure, go ahead.
Elsewhere, Campbell comments, while there is a tendency in some quarters to describe this internal viewpoint in terms of internal temporal relations, imperfective aspect is here understood apart from reference to temporal considerations. Comrie's now standard definition of imperfective aspect as the internal temporal structure of a situation is not adopted here. Well, why should it be? So he's saying Comrie's standard definition, which my understanding is general linguistics, is not adapted here. As the reference to temporality is potentially misleading, especially as we distinguish aspect from tense. Campbell's reference to some quarters rather misleadingly implies that a temporal view of aspect is a minority view rather than the norm among linguists. Okay, so here's what's going on. You got the general linguists taking a particular position, and then you got the ones focusing on Greek taking another position. That's what it looks like. I might have missed a few people, but
no, I think you're right, and I don't think that this particular author, whoever we're reading, is being very charitable in his reading of the scholars he's critiquing.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. This is the second chapter of the book, and so the other chapters may engage with him, heavily. He concedes that Comrie's approach has its own logic, but states that it was more useful to avoid temporal descriptions of aspect altogether. Rather, aspect is here regarded as a spatial phenomenon. Campbell cites Fanning in support of this view, but goes far beyond Fanning in the emphasis he placed on aspect being spatial. As with Fanning, it is not clear quite what Campbell means by describing aspect as spatial.
Yes, it is.
But following Porter's adaptation of his Janko's parade analogy, he sees perfective aspect as offering a helicopter view of the action, so that exactly how the parade is unfolding is not seen.
I like your camera analogy. I think that's even better.
Yeah. Surprisingly, he takes this to mean that the aorist is not normally used for presenting the details of a narrative, presumably because he rejects the idea that it's internal temporal consistency that is not seen by the perfective. Observations. A full examination of the aspectual theories of these New Testament scholars cannot be undertaken here. However, this brief summary of their definitions is sufficient to highlight the fact that Porter, Fannin, and Campbell each depart, though to varying degrees, from the consensus in general linguistics that aspect is at a root a temporal concept. General linguistics. Okay? This appears to be not so much a deliberate rejection of the consensus as a misunderstanding of it. For each of these three criticizes the temporal definitions of certain linguists without acknowledging that a temporal understanding is the norm. Okay, well, if it's a norm, they're wrong. How about that? Wherever Porter, Fannin, and Campbell each cite linguists such as Izashenko, Comrie, Bach, and Smith in support of a viewpoint definition, but without attention to the way these linguists actually use the metaphor. Okay. The problems with the metaphor itself, noted in section 2.4, seem partly to blame for the misunderstanding. But honestly, I don't care about how the metaphor was misunderstood. I care about how the metaphor is used to describe what we understand about the Greek now.
Yep.
Another indication that is indeed a misunderstanding rather than a deliberate departure from the consensus is that Porter, Fanning, and Campbell offer very little by way of argument against the temporal view, besides the observation that aspect is distinct from both tense and accessory. Yet the discussion in section 2 shows that it's possible to keep these three concepts distinct while recognizing that they all have to do with time in different ways. Okay. The distinction is clearest when a time relational definition of aspect is adopted. The remainder of this chapter will attempt to demonstrate how clarity concerning the temporal nature of aspect illuminates the various ways in which aspect interacts with the semantic properties of particular types of verbs. Fannin in particular offers an excellent treatment of such interactions, but his rejection of temporal definition of aspect leaves him unable to explain quite why they occur. Such an explanation will be offered below by combining Johnson's time relational definition of aspect with Croft's two-dimensional geometric approach to representing aspectual structure. The account offered below is merely a sketch of the shortened lines on which a fuller investigation of these matters might proceed. As Evans has noted, much more work in this area is needed. The fact that it's been received so little attention in the last 25 years is no doubt partly a result of Porter's dismissal of such analysis as concerned not with aspect but with accessory and consequently outmoded. But as Fanon himself has noted, many other writers on aspect in general linguistics and semantics have given attention to such matters and have included them as a central part of their discussion of aspect. A full treatment of aspect in New Testament Greek, which professes to be rooted in linguistic theory, should hardly ignore or bypass such discussions. So yeah, he's mainly saying, look, you need to listen to general linguistics, because we're the view that's the majority, and y'all Greek scholars, y'all are wrong. This continues to be the case. We shall return to this in the conclusion, but it's worth noting here that Fanon's treatment of aspect has much more in common with the sort of approach found within aspect studies in general linguistics than do those of Porter and Campbell. Okay, so he's trying to get Fanon on his side. Verbal aspect and procedural character.
I have to check out at this point. So go ahead. How you wanna?
Yeah, I'll continue. Just Chris, maybe I'm going to continue walking through this chapter. But thank you. Hopefully people gets a taste of what we have to do, you know?
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll just offer one very, very, very high level, disrelated philosophical analysis really quick. I'm cringing at the time comment so much because I'm an Aristotelian. I think that the technical language is time is the numbering of motion before and after. What that means is motion is change. Anything change. And so if my coffee goes from hot to cold, that's a change. That's a motion. Right. So what time is you have the before, which is hot, and the after is cold. That change from one state to the other, that just is time. So what this means is that for me and for classical people, processes don't happen in time. Processes are what determine time. Time is a result of processes. Does that make sense? So what that means for me is that processes are fundamental, not time. Now, verbs describe processes, usually, right? Because they're action, but they're also our state of being verbs. So insofar as a verb describes an action, then you can expect that the verb will be a process. I ran, I jumped, I hit the ball, the lightning flashed. There's going to be a before and after. But it doesn't follow from the fact that there is a process, and because there's a process, therefore there is a temporal relation. That therefore, what matters is the temporal relation. What matters is the process. And I think what all of these people are doing, because they don't understand their philosophy or they're not clear about their philosophical commitments, they seem to be Newtonian. They seem to be starting with the assumption that time is fundamental, or Platonist. They're starting with the assumption that time is fundamental and the process is action in time. So insofar as you point at processes, you're pointing at time. And I think that's backwards. I think they're pointing at processes and that time is downstream from processes. So I think what we should be looking at is our relation to processes, and that we're describing what happened. That's what language does, is it describes what happened.
Well, you
out of that, temporal language comes.
You may be very happy with where this chapter goes when it starts talking about procedural character, because that's kind of like what it does. Believe it or not, even though we disagree with this author, this idea about procedural character was one of the things that we read whenever we took Advanced Greek and Advanced Greek 2, and it was actually helpful.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing it. Like I said, my first thought, and again, I'm not saying I need to read it. I'm not saying I'm not prejudging. My first thought is all that should relate to action start. I'm pretty in the Fanning Campbell line, which is that it's all viewpoint. It's aspect is viewpoint, and it's when you combine, this is just me, the viewpoint, the chosen viewpoint of the author to represent a procedure. When you combine that with the arguments in the text, you get the way that it's presented, which is the action start. And of course, there'll be temporal aspects sometimes, temporal features, such as a temporal feature. I think that follows, but that's because they're processes, and processes produce time. I think that's the right way to look at it.
Okay.
So I will check the rest of this video mañana.
Okay.
So
All
you
right.
have a good one, Charles. You have a wonderful night. Thanks for the good discussion as always.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. God bless.
Yep.
Okay, verbal aspect and procedural character. It was noted in Section 2 that with certain types of verbs and choices of the perfective or the imperfect aspect, it constrain. Well, maybe people don't want me to rap read. It helps me, but it ain't going to help y'all, so I won't do that. Constrained by the objective or quasi-objective temporal constituency of the situation concerned. With such verbs, perfective and imperfective aspects express different situations, e.g., he died versus he was dying. So this is the end point and this is the process. Not merely different views of the same situation. This is the point of widespread consensus in aspect studies. Although Porter dissents, because the time aspect probably, Vannages particularly has helpfully discussed these interactions between verbal aspect and lexical semantics in relation to the New Testament Greek. And this section will show how a time relational view of aspect offers a straightforward explanation for them. To be precise, it is the verbal lexeme together with its arguments that interact with aspect in this way. Well, that's action start. Following Smith, this combination will be called the verb constellation. Okay, I can accept that. And verb constellations will be expressed using square brackets. For example, the sentence blogs ran a mile contains the constellation blogs run a mile, which behaves differently from blogs run, as discussed below. Verb constellations can be divided into a number of classes, different in their temporal characteristics. The standard taxonomy is that of Wendler. Yeah, I learned about Wendler. All right, Johnny's trying to break out the Greek, and I got to take my glasses off to read it because, oh my gosh, my eyesight. I just got a new pair of glasses, and now that's all blurry. I can't even see it. Hold on. My brothers in Cristo. Basically, you're saying, and greetings to my brothers in Christ. I think that's what you're saying. Hey, what's up, Johnny? Wendler, who distinguished 4 classes, namely states, activities, accomplishments, and achievements. Okay, guys, we're running it through the chart. Here they come. States, activities, accomplishments, and achievements. These differ with respect to the properties of stativity, durativity, and telicity, or boundness. A telic situation, telic is like a goal, situation being one with an inherent terminal point. As noted above, a wide range of different umbrella terms have been used to refer to these classes and their semantic characteristics. So let me get out of full screen. All right. Yeah, this was really good whenever I remember learning this in advanced Greek. As noted above, a wide range of different umbrella terms have been used to refer to these classes and their semantic characteristics. But the term procedural class and procedural character are adopted here. Table 1 indicates the characteristics of each class together with English examples, omitting subjects since Wendler did not include these in his analysis. Okay, so when you have a state, okay, guys, a state, that means it has a stativity, okay? A state also has a durativity, but it has no goal, no completion, okay? So the example is when you love somebody. That means you're in the state of loving them, right? And it's durative, continuous, or if you believe something. In other words, you believe something until you don't believe it, okay? And actually what's interesting is when you believe something, you never really stop believing. You just change what you believe. So you believe something, and then once you're convinced of something else, you believe something else. But you got the stativity, the durativity, okay, for the state, but no telicity. But when you got an activity, you don't have stativity, but you do have durativity, okay? But you don't have a goal mentioned. So that's like if you run, there's no goal. Or if you push a cart, there's no goal, okay? So there's that. Then you have an accomplishment. No stativity, but you do have a durativity, but when you're doing something until you complete it, so it does have a telicity or a goal. For example, when you run a mile or you draw a circle, okay? When you have an achievement, there is no stated, all right? There is no durative because it's already completed and the focus is on the goal. So when you find an object or when you win a race, now we can go back to full screen. Before turning to a discussion of these classes and their interaction with verbal aspect, 3 caveats should be noted. First, these classes are action certain, and the 4th and 6th senses distinguished in section 2.3 above. So yeah, that was the idea that it's let me see if I can remember them. One claim of action cert was the subjective. The second one was quasi-objective. The third one was like Wallace's are kind of like how he viewed action cert, where it dealt with lemma, verbal aspect, and context. The 4th form, which what this one is talking about, was talking about they used a argument or verb constellation is the language it used here, but it's at the clausal level. And the 5th one was limited to verb only. So they're going with the 4th level here. Hey, Centurion. Thanks. Thus, they do not classify state of affairs objectively existing in the real world, or conceptions of states of affairs, but sets of temporal characteristics communicated by the verb constellation. In Smith's word, they are semantic categories of language, classes of idealized situations with distinctive temporal features. All right, so okay. Someone who's drawing a circle is an accomplishment, is also drawing an activity. But yeah, because you're telling them what you're doing. So the sentence blogs is drawing, there's no goal there, right? And blogs is drawing a circle could be used to speak of the same real world event. But the latter expresses the idea of an inherent endpoint, right? Because the circle, makes an endpoint. Let me get a heartburn pill real quick. Okay. All right. Nevertheless, there is clearly a correspondence between these verb constellations and the situation they express. A second caveat is that although the 4 classes noted above are the ones most commonly identified, further distinctions and subdivisions are possible, some of which are noted below. The distinction between preface and non-preface achievements is particularly significant. As discussed in section 4.3, Croft offers a useful method of representing the various possibilities in a 2-dimensional graphical format, and his diagrams have been adopted here with slight modification. That's the charts I was talking about. In section 4.4, this graphical approach will be used to illustrate the predictable interaction of procedural character with verbal aspect. Third, much more work is needed on the relevant semantic properties of Greek verbs. As Evan notes, application of Wendler's categories to Greek so far seem to be somewhat arbitrary and to depend ultimately on sadly dated English glosses of the LSJ. So Little L. Scott Jones. More work on these issues is vitally needed before the relationship between inherent lexical meaning and aspectual choice can be fully explored. The problem is illustrated by the fact that Fanning and Mateos differ in their classification of certain verbs. For example, Shane notes that Fanning lists erkamai, which means to come, as an activity verb, and acerkamai, to come into, as an accomplishment. Come into what? While Mateos lists erkamai as an accomplishment, to come, and acerkamai as an achievement. Shane herself offers a step in the right direction by describing objective tests for procedural class, which she then applies to these verbs. This is the type of thing that we need to be doing in the debates. I know how to do it. I just haven't had a chance to do it yet that I remember. I'm trying to think, did I ever bring this up in any of my debates? I might have shown some pictures or some charts, but I didn't get a chance to unfold it. But anyway, that's more to come. This type of analysis has not been carried out for the verbs used in the examples below, so their classification here is tentative and provisional. However, verbs have been chosen that Fannin and Mateos assigned to the same class in order to increase the likelihood of a correct classification. English examples will be offered, and for present purposes, it may be assumed that the contrast between simple and progressive aspect in English, at least in the past tense with dynamic verbs, roughly corresponds to the perfective and imperfective contrast discussed above. So we're going to deal with states first. As the name suggests, state verb constellation differ from those belonging to other classes in being stative. That is, they do not indicate change over time. They are also generally durative, representing a situation lasting longer than a moment, whether they're unbounded or italic, meaning that the verb constellation itself does not express a natural endpoint to the situation. As Croft notes, it is possible to subdivide the class of states into a number of subclasses, depending on whether the state is transitory or permanent, and in the latter case, where it is acquired or inherent. These types of states are illustrated by the sentence, the door is open, the window is shattered, and she is French, respectively. To take just one of these types by way of example, the state expressed by the verb constellation, the door is open, can be represented in figure 3, along with time along the x-axis, a state on the y. So this is the point, guys. R. Lee, Final Compass, read chapter D by your Smith, watch documentary star. I'm not worried about no UFOs and all of that stuff. Okay, so here's the point, guys. You got time down here at the bottom, and you got a state at the top. So there's one state where the door is shut, right? And the door remains in that state until the door is open. And so that's the focus right there. All right, so that's the first one it's showing us. Figure 3. In this diagram, the horizontal dashed line represents a situation preceding entry into the state. So here you got the broken line is the door was shut until it was open. Okay? And remember, the door is open. Okay, the door is open, but that means it was shut before, at least at some point. All right? The vertical dashed line represents entry into the state, i.e. the opening of the door. The solid line represents the situation after the door has been opened, i.e. the state of openness. In cognitive linguistic terms, it is this latter state which is profiled by be open in the verb constellation, the door be open. Well, that sounds very Ebonic. Ironically, while the phrases represented by the dashed lines, and I know people don't like the term ebonic because it's anyway, but I just used it. People get over it. While the phrase represented by the dashed lines are part of the presupposed semantic frame of conceptual knowledge associated with open doors, the solid line is horizontal to represent the fact that there's no change of state during the profiled phase. The verb constellation, we the disciples believe that, seem to be used, I was translating the Greek, in a stated sense in the following sentence. Okay, look at this. We, the disciples, believe, but this believe is an infinitive. So I think pisteuin, yeah, that's an infinitive form. We, the disciples, believe that. No, hold on. Let me think about that. O se amenete usi. Yeah, that is an infinitive form. So where are they getting the verb? They're adding that in. Or maybe because they're doing a constellation, they're doing it differently. Or maybe I'm just so rusty on parsing. Give me a second, guys. I need to download a Greek grammar. Let's just go UBS 5. I didn't have room for all my 22,000 or almost 23,000 books, so I'm having to download stuff. Okay, so we believe that. I think that's where he says, "We believe that you're the Christ." I'm gonna copy this. I'm pretty sure that's an infinitive. All right. Present active infinitive. So does that mean that this is not a real sentence? We, the disciples, because you wouldn't take an infinitive like this to believe. I think the idea would be something like this: we, the disciples, have come to believe. You would, through ellipsis, you would include another verb. Seem to be used in a stative sense in the following sentence, which can be represented diagrammatically in a figure. Okay, so by this, we believe that you have come from God, or you came from God. Okay. So let me go full screen again. So you look, they're in a state of not believing, right? And then they eventually believe. And so that's why John 3:16, I've used the participle in that way. And I know this is talking about verbs, but the point is that there's a state of the not believing ones and there's a state of the believing ones. Okay? So in other words, there's no reference here to continuous, habitual, or anything like that. It's just describing the state. This sentence presupposes a time when the disciples did not believe and a point at which they came to believe. However, what the verb pisteuo itself expresses is the state of believing that follows that point. Activities and accomplishments. Activities such as blogs run are non-stative, but share with states the properties of being durative and italic. One cannot run for just a moment. And the verb constellation blogs run does not express an inherent endpoint. By contrast, blogs runs a mile is an accomplishment because it is telic. There's a goal, a completion. To run a mile is to run until a particular point is reached. It follows that if blogs were to stop before the point, blogs would not have run a mile. This is not the case with blogs run. For if blogs runs for any length of time, then blogs has run. Figures 5 and 6 represent the verb constellation blogs run and blogs run a mile, respectively. As in figures 3 and 4, the solid lines in the diagram represent the situations profiled by the relevant verb constellations. In figure 5 and 6, these lines slope because both situations involve a change of state. Running is a dynamic activity, but in figure 5, blogs run, the change does not involve progress toward a goal, only a repeated pattern of movements represented by a zigzag line, whereas in figure 6, blog runs a mile, there's progress toward a goal represented by a line sloping steadily upward towards the finished state. Okay, so we're going to see how this is. Yeah, but the thing is about Logos is you buy packages, and you get free books and all that stuff. Yeah, Chris won, of course, the debate. Okay, so here we go, guys. You got time, you got state. So you're in a state of resting, and then you do an activity. Okay, it's up and down for a reason. What did he say about the zigzag? It's a repeated pattern of movements. Okay. Figure 5, you have a rest state, and then you start, and you have a goal until you finish the task. The task. Sorry, and then that activity's quit. It's over with. Figure 6. An example of activity in the New Testament Greek might be the women served him, and the sentence, and they served him, and they were serving him. This can therefore be represented by figure 5, a likely example of an accomplishment. Noah katastekuing. Again, why are they showing the infinitive form of these words? It's so weird. I don't know why they're doing that. Katastuakain, saying, Kiboton. Noah constructed the ark in the following sentence. Piste Noe Katasteasan. Okay, Eris. Kiboton. By faith, Noah constructed the ark. Achievement. Achievements such as the door is open or the light flash share with accomplishments the property of telicity, in other words, a goal. But unlike accomplishments, they're momentary rather than durative. In other words, they express a situation conceptualized as occupying a single point in time. Some achievements, for example, the door is open, involves the subject ending up in a new resulting state. Others, such as the light flash, do not. These two types of achievements can be represented by figures 7 and 8, respectively. Okay? Door is shut, but now it's open. Figure 7. Time, state. So it goes from a time of not flashing to a point where now it's flashing. Figure 7 is similar to figure 3, which represents the state the door be open, but now the solid line indicating the profile phase marks the transition between states rather than the resulting state. Figure 8, the light flash, is similar, except that there's no resulting state, and the light returns to its original state after flashing, so it only flashed once. An apparent Greek example of this latter kind is the verb constellation anthropos, balein, kakoon, synapeos, balein, cast, kopon. Oh, mustard seed. A man throws a mustard seed in the following sentence. Homia estin kokoma synapeos ha lebon anthropos ebalen es kapon eato. All right. This is like, okay, the mustard seed who, or what casting man, what man casting, what being cast man into himself. I'm messing up there, but all right. It is like a mustard seed, which, all right, so that's relative clause. A man took Oh, I was translating receive. Okay. Labano can be take or receive. A man took and casted it for the in his own garden. Capon. I didn't know that capon was garden. A possible example of the first type is the verb constellation. Hey, go back. Ha pergos pepitain, the tower fall, in the following. Hey, akinoi deca Creto epi us epasin ha pergos inta salom kai apakatinain autos dokate hati ata afaletai aginata para autas. All right, so which this one, what from you, a tower fell a Silam, and many and they died. Dokate, that's okay. I think that they were more guilty than them of all the men of those dwelling in Jerusalem, or those 18, okay, of whom the tower and Siloam fell and killed them. Do you think that they were worse offenders? I said debtors, okay, than all the others who lived in Jerusalem? It was noted above that the Greek verb pisteuein can be used in a stated sense in John 16:30. What is 16:30 again? We believe that you came from God. However, it seems that it can also be used in achievement sense, expressing the transition between states. For example, the verb constellation ha anthropos pisteuon, the proconsul believes, seems to be an achievement in the following sentence. Tote idon anthropos ta gegonas e believing. When the proconsul saw the something gegonas, I can't remember what that is, he believed. Then the proconsul believed when he saw what had happened. Okay. When the proconsul saw what had happened, he believed. So you went from a state of not believing to believing. And that's a good point, because you notice the text isn't saying when he saw what had happened, he remained in a continuous state of believing. It just said he believed. Figure 9. Many state verbs can similarly be used in an achievement sense, illustrating the important point that verbs and verbal constellations are often polysemous with respect to procedural class, or can be construed in different ways depending on context. Croft relates the availability of these different construals to our rich experience of the way in which different types of situations typically unfold. Fanning, following Ostergaard, had noted that some achievements are prefaced, meaning that they occur in a moment, but as the culmination of a separate process, which is his preface, e.g., he arrived just in time. She found her coat. These imply a separate approach phrase which affects their aspectual function. Fanning terms such achievements climaxes. Okay, I can see that. While those without an approach phrase, as in figure 7 and 8, he terms punctuals. I know, like punctual, like time. Okay, like if someone is punctual, they're on time. Figure 10 represent the climax. Bloggs finds his coat. Okay, so you're in a state and you're doing repeating searching, and then finally you find it, and that's a new state. Figure 10. In this diagram, the achievement itself, the finding, is represented by the solid vertical line marking entry into the new state in which a code is found. The dashed line preceding it represents the preface, i.e. the activity is searching. A possible example of climax in Greek is Hey Pais Apathanaskein, the girl died, in the following sentence. Kai kate gelon autos edos ta apatenan. And they began laughing, okay, at him, seeing that, or knowing that she had died. Yeah. So she was in the process of dying, and then finally she died. And that's a new state. Figure 11, the interaction of verbal aspect and procedural character. As mentioned above, it is widely recognized that aspect interacts with the procedural character of a verb constellation. These interactions are predictable and can be easily explained if the temporal nature of aspect is kept in mind. For example, one consequence of accomplishments having an inherent endpoint is that perfective aspect communicates the idea of reaching that endpoint, since it speaks of a complete situation from beginning to end. In Figure 12, the shaded area highlights the period of time Johnson calls the reference time, the time being spoken about when perfective aspect is used with an accomplishment verb. In the case of perfective aspect, the reference time is identical with the event time, and it can be seen that in such a case, the reference time includes the endpoint of the situation. Okay? So you're in a state of rest, and then you start a task, and you complete that task, and then you're there. So what did it say the gray part is? Figure 12, assuming that the Greek aorist is perfected rather than aspectually neutral, Figure 12 could represent a sentence such as Noah built the ark. This sentence would simply be untrue, and Noah gave up construction at the halfway point and did not complete the project. This is probably why some earlier linguists understood the essence of perfective aspect to be completion. But the better analysis seems to be that the decisive feature is completeness rather than completion. Okay, completion has an end goal. Okay, I can see that. The idea of completion comes from the combination of perfective aspect with a telic verb constellation. But although one cannot be said to have constructed an arc or to have run a mile if one stops before the end, one can truthfully be said to have been constructing an arc or running a mile. This so-called imperfective paradox is partially explained by the fact that the imperfective aspect and progressive aspect in English speak of a phase of the situation not including its terminal point, i.e. a point in time or a period of time before the end point has been reached. This is illustrated by the shaded portion of the timeline in Figure 13. So you're in a rest state, you start, then you finish it. But notice this, that you started it and you're in a process right here. I think that's what it's saying. Okay. There is no terminal point mentioned there. Figure 13. If the Greek imperfect tense is indeed imperfective, as is widely believed, then the shaded portion of the timeline in Figure 13 can serve to represent the reference time of the sentence Noah was constructing the ark. This sentence would remain true and Noah began constructing but didn't finish. What actually happened in time sequential to the reference time is not material. The question remains how a verbal constellation can be conceptualized as having the endpoint when the endpoint is not in fact reached, or even known not to have been reached. One answer that suggests itself is the constellation is telic because of the intention at the reference time that the endpoint would be reached. This would account for the so-called connotative use of the imperfect, so like you're attempting or trying to do something. Speaking of attempted accomplishes, for example, Dio con te ecclesian tateu kai aporthon te. Yeah, this is talking about when Paul is saying he tried to destroy the church. I persecuted the church violently and tried to destroy it. Yeah. Assuming that porthane here is a telic verb, Paul was destroying a porthun, the church, in the sense that at the past present reference time indicated by pote earlier in the sentence, he was pursuing a project with, if carried to the completion as he intended, will culminate in the extinction of the church. Yet Downey notes that not all cases of the imperfect paradox can be solved this way. For example, those where the accomplishment has no sentient agent, so no person. The problem is a complex on which cannot be discussed in detail here. In contrast to the situation with telic verb constellations, perfective forms in conjunction with the telic verb constellations do not imply completion because the situation has no natural endpoint. This can be seen from figure 14, which illustrates a combination of perfective aspect with the activity on naser for Ras diakonein. He Onisurus serves in the following sentence. Kai hosa in Epheso diakonesen beit beltion su genoses. And to whom were in Ephesus servants that serve in Ephesus, beltion su gnosis, know somebody, and you well know, okay, all the service he rendered at Ephesus. Oh, all right. Main verb, okay. So rest state, then he was in a state of servicing while he was there at the Ephesus. Figure 14. The aorist tense being perfective expresses the totality of the situation of Onesimus, servant expressed by the verb constellation, but since the situation does not include an inherent endpoint, the use of the aorist does not imply that such an endpoint is reached. This is a case where the imperfect, osa in Epheso diakone, could perhaps have been used instead. If so, this would be an example of what Bauquet calls pure spatial opposition. A New Testament example using the imperfect is Mark 15:41, mentioned already in section 4.2. Hi hoti ainte in Galilee ekoluthon auton kai diekonon auton. Okay, so when the women were in Galilee, they followed him and served him. Why did it say? Oh, duh. I forgot. The nominative is like that, singular. Even though, yeah, when he was in Galilee. All right. They followed him and ministered to him. Okay. So I thought it was women because I saw the A and I thought feminine, and that's why I took it that way. Anyway. It's what you get at 2:06 a.m. in the morning. The sort of analysis offered here explains why blogs with swimming implies blog slam, swimming being an italic activity, whereas blogs was drowning doesn't necessarily imply blogs drown. There is nothing contradictory about the sentence blogs was drowning, but the lifeguard rescued him, right? On the other hand, it would be contrary to say blogs drowned, but the lifeguard rescued him, right? That's true. Unless you mean resuscitated. Indeed, it is hard to imagine a context in which blogs drown does not express blog's death, indicating that this is a semantic feature, not a pragmatic one. So there's a distinction of semantics and pragmatics. Whether drowning is considered to be a climax, an achievement with a preface, or an accomplishment is a moot point, and arguably either construal is possible. However, it is certainly telic. There's a definite point at which one dies. Perfective aspect is used to speak of the whole situation, including the endpoint, while imperfective aspect is used to speak of a period before the endpoint has been reached. Similar considerations explain why in the case of punctual verbs, imperfective or progressive aspect conveys an iterative sense. Okay, imperfective or progressive. So this is going with the present tense of believe, and cannot be used with reference to a singular instance. The English verb constellation, the light flash, can be construed as referring either to a single flash or a series of flashes. Not flashing, then eventually it flashes. Figure 15. In this one, it's not flashing, but then it becomes in a state of flashes but it's not. It's only on for a moment because of the nature of flashing. So it's alternating in between the two. Figure 16. But imperfective aspect or the progressive aspect in a sentence such as the light was flashing cannot normally be used to speak of a single momentary event, since there is no possible reference time. However small, that does not include the situation's endpoint. A single flash does not have what Comrie calls internal temporal structure. Accordingly, the use of the imperfective aspect requires an interpretation such as shown in Figure 18. So it's not flashing, then it gets to the point where it flashes. Figure 17, same thing we just saw. If Balain throw put is rightly classified as punctual verb, then the following sentences using the imperfect must refer to a series of deposits rather than a single simultaneous process. And many of the rich many were casted out. Let's see. And many rich people were putting in large sums, casting in. Okay. As noted above, therefore, imperfective aspect can be used with punctual verbs, but not to speak about punctual situations. With punctual verbs, the imperfective indicates repetition. Okay. In the case of climaxes, imperfective aspect is normally construed as speaking of the preface rather than the moment of the achievement itself. Okay. The imperfective effectively forces the climax to be construed as an accomplishment, i.e., as having duration, so that its endpoint can be excluded from the reference time. Thus, the imperfective sentence "ate apothegneske," she died, which means she was dying, and actually this looks like an heiress. So I don't know why they're translating she was dying. I have to look into that. For he had only one daughter, 12 years old, and she was dying. No, it's imperfect. It just looked at like an heiress. Okay. All right. Iskin means she was dying, had not died. Whereas the perfective apathanayan means she died, and sequentially was no longer alive. These two sentences are represented in Figure 19 and 20 respectively. All right, so you're dying. Wait, yeah, you're living, and then you're in the process of dying. You know what? Then eventually you die. So now you remain in that state of death. Figure 19. You're alive, then you start dying. You die, and now that's where you are. Figure 20. It is perhaps because of effects such as these that the essence of imperfective aspect has sometimes been thought to be durativity. Okay. Since the imperfective can only be used with reference to a situation having duration, its use necessarily implies duration. But durativity is not generally considered to be the defining characteristic of the imperfective, since it cannot be used to speak of a durative situation, including its endpoints. Thus, Fanon notes that with verbs of a bounded sort, the present aspect, Fanon's term for the imperfective aspect in Greek, usually denotes the action as in progress, but not carried to completion. For example, ha de Ioannes diakoluein auton. But John him, tried to deter him. I didn't know that word. Tried to deter. That sounds like tendental. Fanning comments, this is difficult to account for on the basis of the durative view of the present, since there is nothing in the concept of duration which is inimical to completion. The type of analysis and graphical representation outlined in the preceding paragraphs explains why there is only in certain circumstances subjective choice between perfective and imperfective aspect. It also has the potential to explain the various nuances of the perfect or retrospective aspect, and although space prevents a detailed discussion of this here, a few brief comments are worthwhile. As noted above, perfect aspect normally has as its reference a time after the situation expressed by the verb constellation. This explains why, when the perfect is used with verb constellation that involve the subject transitioning into a resultant state, the perfect expresses the idea of the subject being in that state. For example, figure 21 represents the following sentence. Te Thanekin Thugator Su. Your daughter has died. In the process, it already occurred. 21. In the case of lexemes such as believe, which can denote either a continuing state or an entry into that state, the use of perfect aspect normally requires the latter interpretation, because the state itself cannot usually be construed as prior to the reference time. For example, humes pe pistukamen, we have believed, in the following sentence can be represented in figure 22, which explains why it has a state of sense, close to that of the present pistuamen, compare figure 4. We pistukamen, kai ekno kamen hati su e ha agias tateu. We basically have come to believe and have known that you are the Holy One of God. We have come to believe and to know that you're the Holy One of God. Not believing to a state of belief. Figure 22. Contrary to what is supposed by Porter, however, stativity does not appear to be the essence of perfect aspect. And more than durativity is the essence of imperfective aspect or completion, the essence of perfective aspect. Rather, the state of effect depends on the procedural character of the verb in question. Krellin has argued that in the case of verbs that do not involve the subject participating in a state, the perfect has an interior rather than a state of sense. The purpose of going into these interactions between procedural character and verbal aspect in some detail is to make the point that they're readily intelligible, indeed predictable, precisely because aspect is related to time. No, it's just portraying things, and in particular temporal phases and boundaries. Mateos, especially Fanning, have offered useful accounts of these relations in New Testament Greek. Although Fanning's ambivalence concerning the temporal nature aspect leaves him unable to explain quite why these predictable effects occur. The same is true of Campbell's brief account of basis of verbal aspect in biblical Greek, which is rather less successful than Fanning's because his account of the relevant lexical semantic characteristic is idiosyncratic, treating punctuality as a subset of transitivity and ignoring telicity, which is arguably the most important factor alongside durativity. Porter, on the other hand, seems to deny the existence of this kind of interaction between aspect and lexical semantics altogether, seeing the two as independent. His reasoning suffers from the flaw that is based on the statistical co-occurrence of aspects with particular lexemes, without regard to the constraints of the type of situation, or more precisely, conceptualization situations that can be expressed by those combinations. It is because of these interactions between aspects or distinctions such as productivity or imperfectivity on the one hand and procedural character on the other that some linguists consider the latter to be itself an aspectual phenomenon, using the term lexical aspect to distinguish it from verbal or grammatical aspect. I was thinking that earlier. The appeal of treating lexical and grammatical aspect as subcategories of the same overarching categories that the two interact because they both have to do with the expression of the temporal constituency of a situation, and in particular with its temporal boundaries. But doing so obscures the fact that they interact precisely because they perform different functions within the temporal domain. The procedural character of the verbal constellation conveys information or activates background knowledge about the phases and boundaries of the situation in question, and the choice of verbal aspect then selects one or more of those phases as the reference time. Thus, what Sass determines unidimensional and bidimensional approaches both contain an element of truth, at least in relation to language such as Greek, with clear grammaticalized aspectual distinctions. Conclusion. This chapter has argued that the denial of Porter, Fanning, and Campbell that aspect is a temporal concept is at odds with the prevailing understanding with the general linguistics. So, I have suggested general linguistics is not the same thing as studying Greek. Specifically, I have suggested the precise sense in which aspect relates to time and the various ways in which it interacts with procedural character are clarified when one abandons visual and spatial metaphors and adopts a more literal time referential definition. And it's so ironic he's saying that, because what did he do? He drew charts. which are spatial. They're visuals. Fannin's account of the interaction between aspect and procedural character is extremely helpful and insightful, but would be strengthened by recognition of these interactions occur because of the temporal nature of aspect. I will conclude by suggesting some desidera for future work on aspect and New Testament Greek that emerged from the present examination. Recognition of the temporal nature of aspect. Hey, 8033. First, it follows from the preceding discussion that future studies would do well to revisit the definition of aspect and the question of aspect's relationship to time. Engagement with literature on aspect within general linguistics. Second, future work on aspect in New Testament Greek will benefit from engaging widely and carefully with the work that has been done and continues to be done on the subject within the field of general linguistics. Whether or not one accepts Porter's argument that the adoption of a specific linguistic theory is a prerequisite for identifying and interpreting linguistic evidence, the option of a particular theory should not lead one to overlook the insights of those working within a different framework. I agree with that. Analysis of procedural character. Third, as Evans has noted, much more analysis is needed of the procedural character of Greek verbs and verb constellations. Shane makes an important step forward by investigating procedural character using tests of the sort typically utilized by linguists. For example, an appropriate test for dynamicity, so dynamic aspect, is whether a predicate can have a habitual interpretation in an imperfective aspect. Interesting. If it can, then it's not stative. In addition to the test she employs, she notes that many others could be developed. For example, adverbial phrases, particularly time phrases, can be used to diagnose procedural character. Typically, italic predicates take duration adverbials, and telic predicates take time frame adverbials. That is a promising avenue, all right? So that's interesting. Despite some weaknesses in Shane's analysis, illustrate the complications inherent in such approach. Attention to procedural character is relevant not only for understanding aspects or usage in the New Testament Greek, but also for the ongoing debate of whether Greek verbs express tense, location, and time. Okay, alongside aspect. For example, Campbell cites the clause "in soi eudoxa," in whom you endoxe. Eudokia. What is Eudokia? Blessed. 111. And a voice came out of heaven, "You are my beloved son, and well pleased." We well pleased. As an example of a non-past referring aorist, on the base translate, "With you I am well pleased." He comments, suffice to say that no one translate the last clause of this verse, "In you I was well pleased." But that does not suffice. What is needed is the principal consideration of the procedural character of eudokeo along the lines suggested above. Campbell appears to assume, on the basis of the English translation equivalent, that it is a stative verb meaning to be pleased. But if a possible construal of eudokeo is an achievement expressing entry into a state, as if what Croft calls an inceptive state, then the event time is indeed prior to the speech time. Scrutiny of linguistic assumptions. A final desideratum for future work on aspect in New Testament Greek is that of linguistic assumptions on which in earlier studies are based to be identified and scrutinized. A case in point is the assumption noted in section 1 that each tense, present, aorist, etc. has one and only one meaning, right? Regardless of the mood, lexeme, or construction in which it occurs. This is a bold claim and one that is hardly self-evident, since many linguists take the opposite position. It cannot be assumed without argument, for example, that the tenses have the same aspectual value in every mood, or that a particular aspect always has the same markedness. Thus, the fact that the present appears to be imperfective in the non-indicative moods does not exclude the possibility that it's aspectually neutral in the indicative. A methodology sound investigation will, so far as possible, investigate aspectual contrast by means of minimal pairs, where other elements of the sentence, mood, lexeme, etc., remain constant and only tense changes. In short, much work remains to be done, and despite the criticisms articulated here, Porter, Fannin, and Campbell are to be thanked for stimulating interest in the important area of New Testament Greek research. And I'll just go through the bibliography real quick. Now what I'm about to do is I'm going to run this through ChatGPT. All right. This particular article. This is only chapter 2 of the book. So I'm going to go ahead and show y'all this because I don't know if y'all know this. Share, print, export. So right now I'm going through. Okay, and I can do 100 pages at once. See, it says 100. But if I reduce the font, let me go back out of here real quick. If I reduce the font, if I make it really, really short, right? And then I do the export. Let's see how well I get all in there. Okay, so look what I just did. I was able to get all of chapter 2 in 43 pages. Remember, I got a max for 43. So then we print it. Let's just call it Greek 1. Downloads. Okay. So then we're going to go to ChatGPT. I got a couple things I'm working on in ChatGPT. Here, paper evaluation. It's Greek. Linguistic debate evaluation. I'll tell you what. I won't even put a prompt in. Add photos and files. I'm not even going to tell it anything. I'm just going to put this in here. Hey, that was mean of you. Let's see if it does it this time. Okay. I'm not even going to tell it anything. I'm just going to put this in here and see what it does. It stopped thinking. Now it's reading the document. Okay, so it's talking to itself here. He said, here's a tight study guide to the chapter you loaded, useful for intermediate Greek course and fast work. Executive summary. Modern New Testament discussions often start with Porter, Fannin, both treat aspect as viewpoint. But anyway, it's going through all that, right? So you could use something like this. But here's what we're going to do. All right. Apply these methods. I'm going to say this. Apply this to upgrade super layman. So now it's going to take that information and it's going to upgrade my super layman. Your super layman environment is a Greek verbal aspect engine integrated to the existing causal discourse R-tier analysis stack. Below is a concise description of what was added and how SL will now automatically reason with Greek aspect during exegesis. New module. And so tense, narrow, deictic locates reference time relative to speech time, aspect, and all of that, right? So all the stuff that book's talking about, now my GPT would do automatically. Okay. What I want it to be able to do, I hope it can do. Can you also map procedural character? Let's see if it can. All right. Okay, it developed its own categories. So rather than making pictures like the other one did, it done that. Okay. Can you visualize it? Okay. I don't like that visual, but at least you're trying. Yeah, I don't like those visuals. Okay, so apply super layman to study of John 3:16. So textual linguistic notes is giving me. Okay. So look right, present marks believing as a condition reference, not a stipulation or duration. Aspect procedural character. Imperfective plus moderate procedural character, receiving by persuasion. There is no endpoint task implied. Keep doing works. Highly compatible with R1 Live because of, right? So it did all of that. And is running the new chart. Yeah, some of y'all don't know about the new chart I have. Sawako, is that you? I heard someone in the background and now they left. I wonder where they went, where they stepped. All right, Covenant Administration, Speech Act, Parish, Have Life, Theology. Okay, so now what we'll do is this. Summarize this PDF at a 9th grade level. Reason I picked 9th grade level is because of nursing and stuff like that. They teach you to write at that level, as most people are at. So, simple summary: 9th grade level. The document talks about how Greek verbs work, especially in the New Testament. It explains that when reading the Bible in Greek, understanding verb aspect is very important. What is aspect? Aspect is about how an action is viewed, not when it happens. That's nice. I mean, that guy was trying to debate that, but okay. It shows whether an action is seen as a completed whole, like a snapshot, or something happening over time, like a video clip. Most language experts agree that aspect is connected to time, but not exactly like past, present, future. It's more about how the inside of an event is viewed. Why does this matter? Aspect helps us understand how Greek writers describe actions, especially in the New Testament. It helps explain why they choose certain verb forms. Two main aspects: perfective, the action seen as a whole, like seeing the entire parade at once. No focus on details inside the action. Imperfective, the action is seen as happening, like being inside the parade. Focus on what's happening over time. I don't like that term. This parade picture is used to help explain the difference. A big debate. Scholars who study the Greek New Testament, especially Porter, Fannin, and Campbell, disagree with many language aspects about aspect. These three scholars often say aspect is not about time, only viewpoint, but most linguists around the world think aspect is connected to time. The author argues that Porter, Fannin, and Campbell have misunderstood general linguists and have confused people studying the New Testament. Main point of the chapter. The author says most linguists, aspect is about how an action is shown in time. Many New Testament scholars, aspect is only viewpoint, not time. The author believes the linguists are right. He encourages Bible students to think of aspect mainly a time-related idea that affects how events are described. Why people get confused? Linguists sometimes use visual pictures like parade illustrations to explain aspect. These pictures can make people think aspect is about space or viewpoint alone, not time. This confusion was spread in the New Testament studies. What this chapter does explains what linguists say about aspect, shows how New Testament scholars changed the idea, argue that aspect is really a time-related idea, show that this helps explain how Greek verbs work. Bottom line, Greek aspect is an important idea for reading the New Testament. It mostly has to do with how an action is related to time. According to that, many Bible scholars have misunderstood this and treat it as only his viewpoint. The author believes going back to time-based definitions will help people read Greek more accurately. Okay, so watch this. Apply the bookcase dimensional concept from Interstellar to this discussion. How would each view use the analogy? It's going to be fun. All right, here we go, guys. Let me, I'm going to turn on the sound here. Let me play get down here and get to the voice. Oh, it's still reading. All right.
View, 2 Porter Campbell, some NT scholars, viewpoint, non-temporal view, 3 Fanning, mediating but mixed. I'll keep it clear and accessible. Core analogy, interstellar bookshelf, tesseract. In Interstellar, Cooper is inside a higher dimensional space, the tesseract, where he sees bookshelves across many times. Time is a dimension he can move through. He interacts with events from outside normal time. Map to the Greek verb debate. Events equals moments in time, actions. Aspect, how you access, view those events. Tesseract, higher dimensional space where time is still real, structured. So the question is, open quote, does aspect inherently involve time, or is it just a viewpoint outside of time? Close quote. Different scholars give different answers. View 1, general linguistics, time relational. Open aspect is about how an action relates to time. How much of the action is visible relative to the reference point? Close quote. Interstellar analogy. General linguists would say, open quote, Cooper is still interacting with time as a real dimension, close quote. Even if he is, above time, free to choose perspective, his choices are still defined by time relationships. So, perfective equals, Cooper sees the whole timeline book at once, the complete event. Imperfective, Cooper zooms inside the book, experiencing the event from within, walking along the timeline. Time is not erased. He simply sees more or less of it, depending on where he stands. This matches a time-relational ER model, event time versus reference time. This is what the chapter says is the global linguistic consensus. View 2, Porter Campbell, non-temporal viewpoint. Open quote, aspect is not about time, only viewpoint or camera angle, chosen freely by the speaker, close quote. Interstellar analogy. Porter Campbell would claim, open quote, Cooper is in the tesseract, a space where time is irrelevant. The scene is not about his relationship to time, only his chosen angle, close quote. So, perfective, helicopter shot, seeing the parade book all at once from outside. imperfective street-level shot, seeing momentary internal details. But to them, these are visual differences, not temporal ones. Time could be replaced with abstract view, as though Cooper is not relating to time at all, just shifting perspective in a timeless library. They flatten aspect into pure viewpoint, removing its time relations. This is exactly the critique the chapter makes. Problem: this collapses a time-based category into a camera angle metaphor and breaks harmony with broader linguistics. View 3, Fanning, mixed but unclear. Fanning uses viewpoint language like Porter, but occasionally acknowledges temporal language. Interstellar analogy. Fanning's Cooper, open quote, says the Tesseract is about viewpoint, but keeps slipping and describing what he sees in temporal terms, beginning, end, progress. Close quote. So he says, it's not about time, then describes it using time words. This is why the chapter calls him ambivalent. How each view arranges the analogy. View how they see Cooper in the Tesseract. General linguists, still dealing with time, able to view whole timelines or interior frames. Aspect, Porter Campbell. Time doesn't matter, only camera angle. Aspect, viewpoint only. Fanning says it's viewpoint, but slips and talks in time language. Shashtak, why the interstellar analogy helps. The debate isn't about, open quote, can the viewer choose a perspective? Everyone agrees they can. Close quote. It's about, open quote, is the perspective defined by time relations or only by viewpoint? Close quote. Interstellar shows, perspective does change, but perspective is still relative to time in the story. Cooper cannot see the story without being situated relative to time sequence. Thus, Interstellar supports time relational aspect, not purely timeless viewpoint. So the analogy supports the author's position that, open quote, aspect is non-deictic but still temporal, close quote. Further fit in Interstellar. Cooper sees events at different scales. Whole timeline versus inside a moment, perfective versus imperfective. But he never escapes the fact that the events themselves are temporal. So, open quote, aspect where Cooper stands. Aspect equals how Cooper's viewpoint interacts with time in the event, close quote. This matches Comrie, Bach, Isachenko, and the chapter's conclusion. Which view does the bookcase best support? General linguistics, time relational, because the library scene presumes real temporal structure, shows large versus close views of time, shows ER relationships, whereas Porter and Campbell treat it as spatial only, remove time from meaning, collapse aspect into cinematography. The analogy exposes that their view severs viewpoint from the event's time, which the movie does not do. Short takeaways. Interstellar shows that higher dimensional perspective still interacts with time. This matches general linguistic consensus. Open quote, aspect equals temporal relationship, not just viewpoint, close quote. Porter Campbell's timeless camera angle view does not fit the analogy. Therefore, the Interstellar Tesseract supports a time-relational understanding of Greek aspect. If you want, I can turn this into a slide deck. Make a 1-minute teaching script. Map perfect, imperfective, perfect, and perspective forms into the analogy. Just tell me.
Did any of the authors respond to this chapter? Did any of the people, these people, respond to this chapter? In Greek verb revisited. Let's see what it says here. Okay. So we got some views here. We'll read this and then we'll go look at some of those.
Yes, some of them did respond, though not always in full-length peer responses to that exact chapter. Here's a breakdown of who and how. Who responded? Buis Fanning wrote a short setting of scene overview in the book The Greek Verb Revisited, 2016, Retrospect and Prospect chapter, covering his earlier views and how they relate to the new essays. Logos, Stanley E. Porter gave a review of the Greek Verb Revisited at the SBL meeting, as reported in forum posts. Ibiblio, There is a general review of the volume by Aaron M. Jensen 2018 that notes how this volume critiques Porter and Campbell's views. Academia. But with caveats. These responses are not always full-length published articles directly replying to that specific chapter in detail. They are sometimes overview chapters, reviews, or forum reports. For example, Porter's review reported in a forum post is more of a reaction than a full methodological rebuttal. A biblio, some of the authors, especially those defending the viewpoint-only model like Porter Campbell, are not deeply engaged with every essay in the new volume. The review by Jensen says the volume addresses the idiosyncratic views of Porter and Campbell. Academia. Application to your context, S-style. Using SL's methodology. Observe, responses exist. They vary in depth and focus. Some overview, some reviewing the volume, some reacting to broad issues rather than specific arguments. Falsify. It is not correct to claim no one responded or they all thoroughly engaged every essay. Integrate. Yes, the debate continues with responses and counter-responses. Serve teach. For your classroom, you can say, open quote, both Fanning and Porter have responded to the volume, but their responses differ in intent and form. Fanning gives a chapter reviewing his own position, Porter offers a more informal review, others publish reviews of the volume as a whole. Close quote. Worship renew. Recognize that this ongoing discussion reflects our commitment to theological integrity and careful exegesis. If you like, I can check specific articles by Campbell and Porter to see whether they responded directly to that chapter or essay with full citations, and we can collect a mini bibliography of responses.
Okay, write a rebuttal to this PDF based on what you know from how others responded. It's now 2025 and I want to know where this debate stands currently. Okay.
Here is a structured rebuttal to the chapter from The Greek Verb Revisited, A Fresh Approach for Biblical Exegesis, 2016, plus a status check of where the Greek verb aspect debate stands as of 2025. I'll anchor this in your preferred SL framework: observation, interpretation, falsification, integration, application, and use the R-scale, procedural character, and temporal relational aspect model. Number 1, observe. The chapter argues that many NT Greek grammars have mischaracterized verbal aspect and its relation to tense, leaning too much on non-temporal viewpoint models. It promotes a time relational model, aspect, ER, event time reference time, rather than mere camera angle or viewpoint. It critiques the legacy of Stanley E. Porter, Constantine R. Campbell, who emphasized tenselessness or predominantly viewpoint-oriented aspect theory. It advocates for greater alignment with modern general linguistic findings. That aspect is temporal, though non-deictic, and that the nature of the situation, actionsart, procedural character, constrains aspect choice. The review of the volume, e.g. Jensen, observes that the volume is an advance, but points to remaining issues, especially future forms, genre, discourse interaction. Academia, interpretation. The central motif of the chapter, correct the hermeneutical grammatical model of Greek verbs by retrieving a more linguistically robust aspect model, temporal, and apply it to NT exegesis. Stratification. At the methodological layer, it challenges grammatical tradition, Porter-Campbell, and seeks to reorient grammar around aspect prominence, rather than tense prominence. At the exegetical layer, It argues that misreading aspect as pure viewpoint leads to inaccurate interpretation, foreground, background, discourse prominence, etc. Historical drivers, rise of functional linguistics, advances in aspect theory in modern linguistics, frustration with NT grammars that treat Greek as though it were English. Doctrinal effect. This model supports more precise exegesis, R-tier tagging, covenant administration discernment, avoiding conflation of aspect with covenantal eschatological categories. Practical outcome, better alignment of Greek grammar with biblical theology, more confidence in translating Greek verbal forms with nuance, process versus whole event, rather than oversimplified, aorist, past, present, ongoing. Now 3, falsification, points of contention, weaknesses. While the chapter makes strong claims, here are areas where the argument still faces challenge. 1. Future forms and non-indicatives. The review notes that the book has a lacuna regarding how future, subjunctive, infinitive forms interact with aspect tense discourse. Academia, a robust model, must account for these. 2. Consensus, practical uptake. The forum discussion reports that even after this volume, the debate remains at an impasse. One participant writes, "I don't think there will ever be a consensus among these parties." eBiblio. So while the chapter claims a way forward, the field hasn't universally moved. 3. Complexity for students, pastors. The review highlights that although the volume is excellent, many parts are not accessible for non-specialists, which limits its impact in teaching contexts. Academia 4. Methodological ambiguity. Some criticisms, noted in the forum, suggest that Porter's critique includes the use of prototype theory and discourse prominence, and that the new volume perhaps underemphasizes those elements. eBiblio 5. Genre discourse factors. The chapter emphasizes aspect, but the discourse genre dimension, narrative versus epistle, rhetorical versus descriptive, remains a major challenge in Greek grammars. The new model sometimes still treats aspect in isolation. 4. Empirical validation. While the volume gathers essays, full quantitative corpus studies, covering large NT plus non-NT Koine Greek are still relatively sparse, so model validation remains partial. 4. Integration. Given these observations, my rebuttal is as follows. I affirm strongly the chapter's move toward a temporal relational model, ER for aspect. The analogy with higher dimensional bookshelf time is helpful to guard against purely viewpoint metaphors. I critique the chapter for suggesting that the debate pivotally moves past the old models, when in fact, as of 2025, many scholars still adhere to older frameworks or hybrid frameworks. The field remains pluralistic, not monolithic. I propose that the chapter should integrate more fully the genre discourse grounding layer, the who speaks when to whom in what genre dimension, and more empirical corpus-based evidence, non-NT Koine data, as part of the validation of its model. I suggest expanding the procedural character dimension, which you're already doing in SL, and tying that more explicitly into the model, because the chapter somewhat treats situation type but doesn't fully integrate a PC scale of process versus result. I note that theological formation, the model helps free exegetes from reductionist aorist past stereotypes and supports better covenant administration readings, important for your seminary work. But vigorously adopting the model also requires caution. We must not create a rigid aspect formula that overlooks semantics, context, mood. Practically, for your teaching, the chapter is helpful, but needs to be translated into accessible handouts, mini charts, and linked to Greek pedagogy. I'd encourage you to produce that, which aligns with your upgrade modules. Number 5, current status 2025 of the debate. Here's a snapshot of where things stand. No unified consensus. The debate remains contested. As the forum thread shows, some scholars believe the impasse continues. eBiblio. Shift toward temporal relational models. Many newer articles and volumes post-2016 adopt the ER framing or variants of it. The viewpoint-only model, purely spatial metaphor, is now more often seen as inadequate. Growing corpus linguistic engagement. More scholars are recognizing and using insights from typology, prototype semantics, cognitive linguistics, and Greek grammar, e.g. perfect's complex temporal relevance. Pedagogical lag. Although technical scholarship is advancing, many seminary grammars and commentaries still use traditional shorthand, aorist, past event, present was ongoing, without fully integrating aspect relational nuance. Future forms underexplored. As noted, the intersection of mood, tense, aspect, and future non-indicative Greek remains a weaker area. Integration into theology exegesis. The model is gaining traction, but with caution. More theologians' readers are using aspect models to refine their reading of passages, for example in Pauline theology, Johannine literature, but often with mixed levels of technical precision. Plural models and hybridity. Some scholars now propose hybrid models. Yes, aspect is temporal relational, but context, genre, discourse prominence also matter, thus not purely grammar first. Your context, seminary teaching. This is a productive moment for you to adopt and teach the temporal relational model, as you are doing, because many students' teachers are ready for something beyond the aorist formula. But you should also highlight that the field is not settled, thus modeling humility and teaching students to think critically. 6. Application for you, teaching and formation. Use the chapter's argument to update your handout for Greek students. Show aspect as temporal relational, integrate your PC scale, highlight how situation type constrains aspect choice. In your teaching of NT passages, e.g. Pauline, Johannine, emphasize why the author used the aorist or present, not just past ongoing, but whole event versus internal phase versus state at R. When students ask, does this mean the perfect means has happened long ago and continues? You can use your upgraded model, ER, result state present at R, relevance ongoing, plus PC scale to see whether the verb leans result or process. Highlight to students. The model helps prevent theological missteps, e.g. reading present as necessarily continual ongoing performance, or reading aorist always as once for all without checking situation type, genre, context. Encourage students to read recent articles, post-2016, showing empirical work in Greek linguistics, not just older grammars, but also to remain aware that translation methodology still varies. Number 7, short takeaway summary. The chapter from the Greek verb revisited makes a compelling case for viewing Greek verbal aspect as temporal relational, ER, rather than purely viewpoint. It challenges prior dominant models, Porter-Campbell, and advances the discussion. However, it overstates consensus. The field is still navigating plural models, pedagogy lags, and empirical work continues. For 2025, you are wise to adopt the temporal relational model within your SL system, but teach it with nuance, caution, awareness of its limitations, and continuing debate. If you like, I can draft a full rebuttal essay, 2,000 to 3,000 words, in teaching-friendly language, incorporating your procedural character scale and R scale, which you could hand out to your seminary students.
Okay, so we're going to get a list of resources. All right, that's the one we got. Verbal aspect and theory and prohibitions in the Greek New Testament. Faces verbal aspect, second edition. The Grammar New Testament Greek, selected essays. I'll do that stuff later. I'm exhausted, guys. But you could trace all that down and find those resources and find the blogs that the people are talking about those things. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and sign out right now. Hope this is beneficial for y'all. Like I said, this has been the first time that I've gone through in that particular detail of that chapter. Even though, like I said, I've studied when I took Advanced Greek 2, I've read that chapter. But anyway, we'll work on simplifying things a lot better for the audience in the future. But y'all have a good night. God bless.